you. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Oh, we declare who can compare. Who can even dare? There is no one like you. Oh, we declare who can know. Who'd even dare? There is no one like you. Oh, we declare who can compare. Who could even dare? There is no one like you. Lord, we declare who can compare. Who could even dare? There is no one like you. Lord, we declare who can compare. Who could even dare? There is no one like you. Lord, we declare who can compare. Who could even dare? There is no one like you. 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 Oh, who is like the Lord? Who is like the Lord? No, 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 nobody. Who is like the Lord? Nobody. Who is like the Lord? No, 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 nobody. Who is like the Lord? Nobody. Who is like the Lord? No, 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 nobody. Who is like the Lord? Nobody. Who is like the Lord? No, 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 nobody. Yes. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody loves the sunshine. Yay, the sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Yay, yay, sunshine. Folks get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Yay, yay. Do what I do, what I do, what I do, what I'm doing in the sunshine. Yeah, 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 yeah. Feel what I feel, what I feel, what I feel, what I'm feeling in the sunshine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. My life, my life, my life, my life in the sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Yay, in the sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. 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 Just bees and things and flowers.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Ron.
Steve Wozniak in La Plaza de Toros de Las Ventas. Welcome, Steve, to Madrid.
Oh, muchas gracias.
Excellent, and you're speaking Spanish as well. How has your trip been?
Trip has been excellent here. Met so many great people and got to speak and inspire some at a university as well as others, but let's go on.
Excellent,
No
and
need to
this is
delay.
going to be a great inspiration for the entrepreneurs having you here in Madrid.
Yeah,
And-
I'm amazed at how much is going on here. I mean, I came to Madrid many years ago and I met young people that were so excited in being a part of all this new technology, you know, and the mobile social apps and things like that. So it's great to see how much is going on in this part of the world.
There's fierce excitement, and we believe not only a technology revolution is happening in Spain, but an entrepreneurial revolution. And as a pioneer of this revolution, we're thrilled to have you here.
And every place in the world wishes they had a revolution going on as well as here.
Excellent, thanks, Steve. Steve, we're here and we're so excited, and you can feel the excitement in the room because we are thrilled to have your story directly from the horse's mouth, as they say. So can you bring us back to the beginning and tell us a little bit about your life at the time in the 70s when you
Sure.
came up with the idea or dreamed about having?
Yeah. First of all, sometimes what are your inspirations in life? Movies you see, books you read, teachers that are important, and you say, this is what I want to be in life. So I knew that I loved designing computers. I didn't know it was going to be my job necessarily. Got so skilled at it. Even in high school, when there were no books, there was nothing that told you how to design a computer, I taught myself and became very skilled. And I could just sit down with an idea, a video game, a terminal, a hotel movie system, and I could just whip out designs real quick. So that was my life. I met Steve Jobs, and we were very similar. We cared about, we're very passionate about the world, empathetic with people, searching for religions like you do when you're young and humble and have no money. And we were into going to concerts together and playing pranks. And to me, pranks with electronics, when you can pull tricks on people and they don't know how you're doing it because it's electronic, it's fun. So I decided that everything you do that's work should have an element of fun in it as well. And then eventually came the time I had wanted a computer my whole life, and I used a computer where I worked, Hewlett-Packard. And I would sign up for time and type in programs and run them on a big computer. And I would share the computer with a lot of other engineers. But I wanted my own. I had wanted it my whole life. And all of a sudden, I was around a bunch of people that were not so technical. They were more social psychologists. They were from the universities, Stanford, Berkeley. They were talking about how communication was going to be changed if we all had our own computers. We would control our environment if we had our own computers. We would educate better if we had our own computers. And if we learned how to program them, we could solve problems that only the huge $1 million computers could solve, but we could solve them better. And I loved this idea, so my skill was building the machines. So I went out and I saw the formula to build a useful computer that could even do my engineering work at Hewlett-Packard, and yet it was going to be affordable to a human being. And I saw the formula, I built the machine, and I really didn't think there was going to be any business. There was going to be a lot of money or a successful company, so I gave away the designs for free. And Steve Jobs didn't even know it existed yet. He was out of town. So when he came into town, I took him to the computer club, and I showed him I was kind of a hero at the club. Don't believe the movies, like that one with Ashton Kutcher. And I showed him, and he saw the excitement. And when you're humble, you have no money, you have to think of first steps that are very tiny. So the first step that Steve Jobs proposed was, let's form a company, and we've been selling my stuff for 5 years already. One project after another. Steve Jobs always turned into money because he had zero money. Sometimes that's a blessing. And he said, let's build a part of it and sell the part. And eventually, a local store wanted the whole computers. And that put us in business, yeah. And little did we know that the business was going to climb like this. As a matter of fact, the real computer we started with was going to bring games, say games are a part of your computer. Arcade games in those days were black and white. Our Apple II computer was color. Arcade games were hardware designs that took a man-year to design a game. And our Apple II, you could write simple programs. A 9-year-old kid could write simple programs in BASIC and make colored objects move on a screen. So we had a huge step with this Apple II computer. We knew that was the one that was going to change the world and start the company, but our first ideas were totally erroneous. We set out, you hear about, you have to get through failures. Well, we didn't really have failures, but we thought, oh my gosh, people are going to use the computer for one thing and another thing and another thing. And all of those things were so meaningless in life that if that's all they had done, balance your checkbook and store your recipes for the kitchen, if that's all it had done, this industry would have died. But fortunately, a computer is a platform, and millions of people out there are allowed to write programs and design extra hardware and put in boards with more memory and better displays and connecting to sensors and keyboards for music and boards that could play good music into speakers and disk drives and everything in the world. The community out there was invited to participate. We had a platform. You do what you make the best you can out of it. And the first killer app of all time came. The word killer app was born. And it was a spreadsheet. The very first spreadsheet was called VisiCalc. A small businessman could put categories of income and expenses for his company, January, February, March, April, May. Make a change in January and see the effects in December instantly. And it blew them away. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because the big computers that you had in the huge companies that were running all the computer stuff, a manager would have to order a report, wait a few days, get the report printed out, study it, and it was boring, and you couldn't really see things in real time. You didn't have that emotional effect, so now the small computer could finally do something the big ones couldn't, and that was a surprise. In other words, we thought certain things were going to make a computer market, but it was really very different things.
Incredible. And it's wonderful to see, Steve, the passion that you speak about it today. You are obviously absolutely love what you do. This must have been what was driving you.
Well, back in those years I'm talking about, those were the most passionate, exciting times because we felt we were starting a revolution, that really there was going to be a place for everyone to own a computer, and it was going to be Steve Jobs wanted the idea of a big company because that's how you become important. And I didn't care about promoting myself or being important. I just wanted to keep running engineering, go into the laboratory and be that little inventor guy. And I wanted other engineers to look at my designs and say, whoa, this is way different than in the books. This is really out of the book. This is a totally different approach. Your engineering is excellent, and I got that accord, so that's what I wanted.
And that combination, Steve, of engineering and design talent, I mean, was that really kind of nature versus nurture? Were you born with that? How did you discover that as a talent?
Well, actually, I put the art into my discipline, which was designing every parts of computers, building them, doing the hardware, doing the software, everything by hand. And Steve Jobs wanted a business. You have to have somebody who wants a business, who wants to make money out of it, and then the money will let you grow and turn your ideas into bigger ideas and make even better things. You need a businessman, but you also need marketing. We had a third partner who owned as much of the company as we did. He was our investor, an angel investor. He ran marketing. We were a marketing-driven company. He taught us what were the important essential ingredients of marketing, and Steve Jobs started learning this stuff interfacing with him. Steve never tried to be technical because I had that covered. So now he was going to be, well, what are the meanings to human beings? He was going to order the parts. He was going to, get orders for computers. And we learned to be very professional and hire all the right people. Our third partner is the one who had business experience. He was older. Steve and I were in our young 20s. We had no money, no checking accounts, no savings accounts. We had no business experience. But Mike Markkula, our funder, taught us you hire these people to have a technology company. And here's what each one of them does. And so he was really the one that established the company. But Steve Jobs is very smart, and he would always interface with everyone running business at the top of the company, making any decisions, and he would kind of poke in. If they were making a box in blue, Steve would say, why not make it in red? And he would argue, and very often he was the right one. He was smarter than the others.
Awesome. It's amazing.
So you needed three elements that we had in Apple that were very important. We had, a very incredible product. So you need good engineering. We had a product that was going to be all of the profits of Apple for the first 10 years. And that was already done. The Apple II was finished. Working model. When people ask me, oh my gosh, I have an idea. I got to go raise some money and build this thing. I tell them, try to get a working model, or at least a simulation on a computer screen that people can try, because when you raise the money, you will own more of it, and people will understand what you have a lot better that way. So we had the good engineering, we had the business drive in Steve Jobs, and we had incredible marketing, which became Steve Jobs. Those things can exist in two people or one person at the start. I don't know, it doesn't happen too often in one person, or three people or more.
So you had a really well-balenced team from the early days that helped you get going and get the company off the ground.
Right, but we, we also hired, good, some good legal support, accounting, operations, manufacturing, testing. Bit by bit, we had very professional outcome. Up until the point we started the company, 7 of the first 10 people that contributed to our first product, the Apple II computer, 7 of the first 10 went to the same high school. You see, when you start something with little money, you have your friends. Your friends are helping you. You start in your house.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
Steve,
Now,
can
we
you
really didn't have a garage as a company, but we did have a garage that represented us.
Excellent, spot on, the cliche of the entrepreneur in the garage now. Can you talk to us, Steve, a little bit about what the ecosystem was at the time? Spain is an emerging startup ecosystem, but with you guys tinkering away, working on things, with this vision of trying to get a personal computer into everybody's home at a time when nobody had this. This doesn't even exist. It was a totally revolutionary idea. Was there a support structure? What did your parents think? What did your friends think?
Oh, brother. Most everybody in the world thought this is never going to be successful. It's never going to make money. If you had to pay yourself for your own time, you'd be losing money. It was hard to see when something is worth $0 that eventually it's going to be worth a lot. You don't see it at first. And that's one of the reasons the big surprises, the disruptive moves in technology are ones that a lot of people, especially the ones that are already in the business, don't think it's going to be big. The big computer companies thought these little small computers would never do an important job, and they ignored it, and that let the young people who don't care and don't know that that it's going to fail, they're willing to go in and try it out, and just the excitement of the times. And when you don't have any money, you don't need any money either. You don't have to make much money.
Yeah, exactly.
The infrastructure at the time was a lot of companies in Silicon Valley had spun off other companies. Spun off, meaning talented executives and managers and engineers left to form their own company that was sort of similar. But young people coming just out of college or not even completing college, starting companies was very, very rare. It was almost unheard of. And then all of a sudden, you have Bill Gates and Paul Allen, leaving college to start Microsoft, and Steve Jobs and myself, and small companies coming out of college, Yahoo, for example, and over time, Facebook out of a dorm. All of a sudden, it's become a world where any young person with a good idea has a way to succeed. Whereas in the past, you had to have access to enough money and capital to build hardware. Now you can do a lot of it with just software.
Exactly.
So, but around the time we started, all the computers were hugely expensive and hard to afford. Now, a lot of people were trying to come up with this microprocessor chip is like a brains on a chip, and it costs $400, but if you bought them in quantity, maybe you could get it for, like $50. And it's the brains of a computer. We could make a computer affordable, and they were building the big old boxes of the old days with switches and lights and buttons, and you don't know how to use it. It's not human. And you punch a bunch of 0 switches to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and push a button, and it goes into memory somewhere. That was the old way. I had built that computer 5 years before. I was super advanced in computers because my youth had been teach myself how to design them, even though I could never afford to build one. But I had built that kind of computer 5 years before. And you move past it. You want things that are human. I worked at Hewlett-Packard on the scientific calculators, the handheld scientific calculator. Well, scientific calculator had a little program running that said, is a key being pressed? And when you pressed the 5 button, it said, aha, the 5 button got pressed, I'll put a 5 in the display. And then I'll go back and say, is a key being pressed? Is a key being pressed? But you could pull a calculator out of the box, press 5, 6, plus, you could do all the operations, and they worked. A computer, you'd have to toggle all these buttons and learn computer language. You'd have to be a computer expert to use it. I sat down and I thought, I hate these front panels. I hate big mechanical things. I hate having to drill tons of holes. I drilled hundreds of holes and mounted hundreds of switches on science fair projects, when I was in elementary school, but That's for the birds. I wanted a computer that I could sit down and type a program in to solve a problem. And that meant a keyboard. So a keyboard and how input-output cost more than computers in those days. To buy printers, teletype machines you could type on and all that, they would cost, as much as a couple of cars. And my approach was, how do you get the cost down to nothing? When you have no money, you're forced to think, how do I make things efficient? And my approach was a keyboard that cost very little and your own television set at home. You already owned it, so it was free for output. And that was the formula of this thing that became the Apple I computer, and it was given away to the public domain, so even Apple doesn't own the design of it. But the Apple I computer gave away the formula for what a personal computer should be. Every computer after the Apple I had a keyboard and a video display. Every computer before the Apple I had a big old metal front panel of switches and lights, and the old, too much of the geeky stuff in the way.
No, it's
so,
incredible.
And all of Apple's history was trying to make computing easier, and that's by putting our programs in to make it work in natural ways that humans understand.
Absolutely, more
And
and
now
more
you can even
intuitive.
talk to it. So-
Yeah, exactly. It's just incredible. And we think of those times and we look how far technology has come, and you guys democratized access to technology, and that trend has continued. Today, we see tech companies being built out of all four corners of the world, which is super exciting, I think. And I wanted to ask, what are the emerging technologies now or opportunities that you see that if you were starting again today, you'd be excited to get involved in?
Wow, if I was starting today, I'd probably work down at some of the little Arduino and Raspberry Pi boards and hook them up to lots of motors and try to make robots that did actually interesting things to show off to my friends. And if I discovered something really useful, like a little robot that could sit in the driveway all night long washing my car, wow, I'd say, wow, man, maybe I'll even sell this one.
Exactly.
I'd probably be working down at that little lower level where you can actually program a microprocessor and know how all the registers are inside, but that's not normal. Today, a lot of the big excitement is, of course, Internet of Things means almost everything you've ever had in your life. How can I apply it to the internet and get more functionality than I had before? And there's no quick definition. Everything you look at, you can come up with your own ideas. And every time I see somebody doing another Internet of Things type project, it surprises me how much they did. It's starting out where we can just be in contact with our smartphone with devices back home, see what the temperature is, unlock a door, look at a camera, or I can honk the horn on my car in the garage and shock my wife. I do that once in a while. So that's the, but the Internet of Things is easy to get into. So a lot of startups are going to go for a project that qualify as Internet of Things, things that weren't on the internet in the past, but they can get more functionality, do more for us. They can be learning a bit, and that. I think the biggest area in the future is artificial intelligence, but it's kind of like you almost have to go through the university and qualify and take a lot of courses in artificial intelligence. My way in the old days was things that were way beyond me that I had never done in my life. I would sit down, and I just had a good mind, and I would think out how should it be done without knowing how it's done. And I would kind of write the new book without reading the old book. So everything I did was, almost illegal by the old methods of generating color. Figured out how to generate color for $1 instead of $1,000 because the other way was too expensive and too awkward and had to try something simpler. Always keep, one of the ways to get a better design that costs less and get better products is finish something that you've got in your head, finish your goal, and sit back and say, what could I have done to improve it? What could I have done that other human beings wouldn't think of? Because if you're doing the same things as other human beings, you're competing with them. If you're doing something they wouldn't have done, you're all on your own, and that's a nice way to start a company.
Sure, exactly.
But in the future, I think artificial intelligence, understanding spoken language, natural language, I think we've got to get away from. When we moved to the mouse-based computers with the Macintosh, we said human beings don't want to memorize commands that transfer files from one place in a directory to another. First of all, Steve Jobs was not technical, and he didn't like concepts of files, directories, megabytes, any of that stuff. We want to get rid of it over time. But rather than doing that, you just sort of point and you drag something in front of your eye, and you can see that a file moved into a folder. All these human terms, it got so human. And now, I'm tired of structure. I do not want to memorize this app, type here, put this field in here, and do that, and you'll get your job done. I don't want to remember a whole sequence of steps. I just want to speak the idea that's in my head. It is so easy and natural. At one point in time, we had a product where you could handwrite it with your own muscles and your own handwriting. And I just loved that concept of when a human being can express something in human terms and the computer can understand them, that's what I want for life.
Yeah, absolutely. We do too,
But
Steve.
and artificial intelligence, everyone talks about self-driving cars. Every car manufacturing company in 5 years is going to have self-driving cars on the road that at least avoid accidents at first. But they're going to have the capabilities very easily at the same time of being totally hands-off self-driving. And once we analyze the accident rates, that might become law.
Yeah, no, it's interesting opportunities and some risks, and I think in the mass markets there's some generated fear there, but definitely in this community it's more excitement than anything else. It's amazing to see that you guys started by automating simple tasks and trying to be as intuitive as possible, and those motivations haven't changed today. I think tech companies today, even just building apps or more digital-focused companies, are still trying to do the same thing.
Yes, however, the industry today is so large that the big tech companies can build huge, huge projects that no one human being can do. And usually a startup is on the level of just a few people can come up with an idea and do it themselves. So most startups will start out with a small little project that kind of does a little bit and over time grows up bigger and bigger. We found that at Apple. We'd start out with one computer and it would grow and grow and grow in its capabilities and enhancements. We didn't try to shoot for the moon and try to develop the real far-off product that we know we're going to have someday, and then maybe we'll come up with cheaper versions of it for people. No, I don't think it works that way in technology very often.
Good advice, Steve. And just on final parting words, unfortunately, precious time that was just wrapping up. For all these young entrepreneurs out here, so excited to see you today that might see the world in a little different way or might think differently but are nervous, what would be your words of encouragement for them to go for it and seize the opportunities that they have?
Well, first of all, when you're young, you have the greatest amount of mental energy and the greatest amount of physical energy, meaning you can work long, long hours late into the night and keep yourself up. Have interesting projects. The first thing is you need an income, you need to live, you need to have an apartment. You better get a job somewhere. You better have some sort of income somewhere. Work on your ideas, and as I said, work on them as fully as you can. Get them developed, get other people interested in it, talk about it with friends are very important in this. So I wouldn't have done what I did, any of my designs, if I didn't have people around me that said, wow, that is cool, showing it off. And work on that as much as you can, get it as far along as you can, and if you do it privately, you'll come up with something that is totally working. Now, you might come up with a bunch of projects. I built a lot of fun ones in my life, and some of them had no commercial value, no value to start a company, but I learned. I got better and better in my head at how to make the next project, how to talk about it, how to think about it, how to use parts in a very efficient, low-cost manner. And so step by step by step, they weren't failures. They were just the fun things I did on the way to the big one. And when you hit a big one, you know that, wow, an awful lot of people want this. Maybe it's the spreadsheet when Mark Zuckerberg was working on it. You instantly sense that, my gosh, the whole world wants this thing. This is big. You know when you hit a home run.
Awesome. Steve Wozniak, thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you so
Wish
much.
I had more time.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. That's a first for Madrid and the South Summit, and I'd love to invite to the stage the reason for this all, founder and chairman of Spain startup María Benjumea, por favor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Las Ventas, the house
Se ha
of
pirado, ¿no?
South Summit. Muy buenos días, presidente. Muchas gracias por estar aquí, por apoyar esta iniciativa de South Summit y por estar con todos los emprendedores, inversores y con todo el ecosistema emprendedor. Hasn't it been great to listen to Wozniak? Really, thank you very, very much, because for us has been absolutely extraordinary to have you here, to listen, to inspire, And, well, we hope we have him again soon. And afterwards, you will listen to Mick from SpaceX, that she's also great. Thank you very, very much for all this, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's incredible to have you here. So we are here, and thanks to all of you. Thanks to your talent, your passion, and thanks to those that believe in us from the beginning. This is amazing, you see? Dreams do come true. We started 3 years ago in the middle of the crisis. We were small, but with big dreams, and a mission that mattered. Prove the world, the talent, and the innovation from the South, and create a unique platform to foster the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We set enough to the crisis and the bad news about Spain and started building a platform that could position Spain and its entrepreneurs where they belong, in the epicenter of the global startup ecosystem. Over the next 3 days, we are going to have more than 11,000 people come through La Puerta Grande, looking for the next big thing, looking to build world-class companies, looking to partner with world-class innovators, looking to invest in the next wave of world-class entrepreneurs. More than 6,000 of you are entrepreneurs, innovators, and inventors. More than 200 speakers from 10 different countries. More than 100 international investors with over 30 billion euros under management right here to invest. So get ready to pitch. They are here because they recognize the talent from the South. They have seen what we see, the results. In 3 years, South Summit finalists have raised over 200 million euros in investment. They have gone on to conquer global markets. The South Summit global partners, Telefónica, Endesa, Banco Sabadell, and Google for Entrepreneurs, are 4 of the most powerful companies in the region. They are here to do business with you. Innovation is critical to the success of these companies, and their source of innovation can be you. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias, presidente, por estar aquí, por enseñar a todo el mundo el apoyo que desde el Gobierno seguro tiene todo y va a tener mucho más este ecosistema, y por además apoyar a la comunidad emprendedora. Thank you, Fundación Incide, for working hand in hand with us to make this possible and for your constant work to help entrepreneurs grow. Thank you, Telefónica, that has always pioneered in propelling innovation. And now, with Telefónica Open Future, you are taking a leadership role in open innovation. Thank you, Endesa, for always being with us and for your commitment to all entrepreneurs within the framework of your open innovation model. Thank you, Banco de Sabadell, who is pioneering in how financial entitles have to engage with the startup community. And thank you, Google, whose DNA breeds innovation and is now supporting entrepreneurs worldwide through its new Campus Madrid. Thank you. I have to say many thank yous. I'm very sorry. But thank yous to all the innovation partners, Hispasat, leading Space Odyssey, Renfe with the future of transportation, and many thanks to Comunica, Masa, Amadeus, Ferrovial, Accenture, Iberdrola, BBVA, SACIR, Bankia, Técnicas Reunidas, Campofrío, Correos, Coca-Cola, Repsol, SEC, and Microsoft, who want to partner with the innovation community. Thank also to Face Entrepreneurship, ICEX, Axit, Red.es, Madrid Masa, Fundación Biodiversidad, Glamour, Madrid Emprende, As Cuatro Casas, and Ontier, who all play an important role in building and supporting this startup community. I can finish, without thanks our great partner IE and saying thank you. Thank you to our Spain startup team. You are all superheroes. My call to action today is seize the opportunity. Don't settle. Dream big and get down to business. We created a platform. Just get out there and go for the deals. Many thanks and congratulations to our 100 winners. You are going to rock las ventas. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, María. Y ahora quería invitar al escenario a Rüdiger Schmidt, por favor, CIO of Banco Sabadell. Gracias, Rudi.
Senor Presidente, dear participants of the 2015 South Summit. In 1881, Bank Sabadell was founded with the purpose to provide support to entrepreneurs in growing their business. This purpose hasn't changed since then. We are proud to be the global partner of the 2015 Summit, and we have been supporting this event since the very beginning. Bank Sabadell is one of the most innovative banks in Europe. We were the first to launch an iPad app for banking services. We were the first to use social media for banking. We were the first to provide mobile check capture. We were the first to run a hackathon to invite programmers to program against our banking systems. And we are the first to provide an open API for fintechs to use our core banking services. So with innovation being part of our DNA, it was obvious that we want to be the bank for the startup community. Therefore, we created the B-Startup proposition, which provides tailor-made banking solutions to startup companies. In 88 centers, we have specially trained experts who provide advice and solution to startups. In our B-Startup 10 program, we provide every year to 10 selected startup company seed funding and advice. And in our Collaborative Innovation program, we provide the capability, the possibility for startup companies in fintech areas to work with our bank's own innovation team. When I visited some time ago an accelerator in Berlin, Plug and Play, quite famous one, I asked the people, so how do you select the companies for the next batch? What are you looking for? Is it the technology experience? Is it the most compelling business case, or what it is? And the answer was not at all. It's the people. We only look at the people. And that is what this summit is about. It's about you, thousands of people, entrepreneurs, innovators, thinkers, doers, and people who are working and striving to make the world a better place. I wish all of you an exciting South Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. And next, I'd like to invite to the stage Francisco Ruiz Anton, Head of Public Policy and Government Relations at Google Spain and Portugal. The floor is yours, Francisco.
Señor Presidente del Gobierno, señor Presidente de la Cámara de Comercio de España, autoridades, amigas y amigos. Como podrán suponer, es toda una satisfacción poder estar hoy aquí con todos ustedes y en nombre de Google y Google for Entrepreneurs para participar de nuevo en la inauguración de esta nueva edición del South Summit, que sin duda es ya uno de los eventos de referencia en materia de emprendimiento en toda Europa. Permítame, antes de nada, felicitar a María Benjumea entusiasta fundadora y verdadera alma de esta irrepetible reunión de talento. Extiendo también esta felicitación a todo su equipo por hacer posible este evento y por su incansable trabajo durante años para poner a España en el mapa de las cumbres sobre emprendimiento, contribuyendo de forma clara a lo que hoy se conoce como Marca España. El South Summit se ha convertido, como decía, en el lugar donde se reúnen las mayores innovaciones del sur de Europa y de América Latina. Aquí vienen los emprendedores con más talento, creo que hablamos de casi 5.000 o más de 5.000, los posibles futuros usuarios, clientes, empresas e inversores. Y esto tiene lugar cada año aquí en Madrid. Aunque en Google estamos muy orgullosos de ser hoy una compañía internacional, una empresa que forma parte de la vida diaria de miles de millones de personas en todo el mundo, hace solo 17 años también éramos una startup, éramos también un sueño, como muchos de los que están aquí hoy reunidos. Una startup, un sueño que buscaba financiación y quería dar el salto al mundo global. Es más, todas esas grandes empresas, tanto las más antiguas y centenarias que aquí también nos acompañan, que han capeado todo tipo de crisis y que nos han hecho progresar y evolucionar, como aquellas, como la nuestra, entre otras, que son más recientes, que pertenecen a lo que ahora llamamos la economía digital y que también contribuyen al progreso de nuestra sociedad, comenzaron igualmente siendo startups. Esto nos demuestra la importancia de iniciativas como las que nos reúne hoy aquí, que tratan de favorecer el emprendimiento, la innovación y el impulso de nuevos proyectos que en pocos años pueden acabar convirtiéndose también en motores de desarrollo económico, crecimiento y generación de empleo para nuestro país. Google, como comprenderán, cree firmemente en la importancia de favorecer el emprendimiento y la innovación. Y en este sentido, tiene además un firme compromiso con España, país por el que hemos hecho una decidida apuesta al poner en marcha diversos proyectos orientados también a fomentar el emprendimiento. Uno de ellos, como saben, recientemente inaugurado, es Campus Madrid, Google Campus Madrid, uno de los únicos 4 campus de emprendimiento que Google ha abierto en el mundo hasta la fecha. Para nosotros, España está en la primera división del talento. Londres, Tel Aviv, Seúl y Madrid. Si a ustedes esta secuencia de ciudades les suena rara la inclusión de Madrid, es que dudan de las verdaderas posibilidades de nuestro país. Y ese es quizá el primer obstáculo que tenemos que remover, el que los españoles creamos de verdad en nuestras propias posibilidades. Google es una empresa convencida de que España es un país de talento y de mucho talento. Si no fuera así, les aseguro que no habríamos conseguido traer Google Campus a Madrid, ni habrán venido a España muchas otras iniciativas que están siendo pioneras dentro de nuestras fronteras. Que España sea uno de los países donde Google está poniendo más esfuerzos no es casual y permite comprender el alcance y la importancia de la apuesta por nuestro país y la confianza que nuestra compañía tiene en el talento que atesora España. Este es nuestro convencimiento y por eso estamos aquí hoy para ofrecer por tercer año nuestro apoyo a esta excelente iniciativa del South Summit, que es un ejemplo de esos proyectos que pueden generar esa corriente de emprendimiento, innovación, desarrollo económico y generación de empleo que tanto necesitamos en este país. Gracias de nuevo a María por hacerlo posible. Muchas gracias también al presidente del Gobierno por estar aquí y a las demás empresas que nos acompañan por apoyar con su presencia este evento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Francisco. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Diego Alcázar, President of IE Business School, please.
Buenos días, presidente del Gobierno. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Muchas gracias por apostar tan claramente por el futuro, que es lo que esto significa. Toda esta gente es nuestro futuro. Gracias, José Luis Bonet. También estamos especialmente orgullosos de estar aquí contigo, que no solamente representas a las cámaras, sino una manera de ser y una valentía especial. Borja, Blanca, que representa al Sabadell, Álvarez Payete, para nosotros formar parte de este grupo es apostar por el futuro. We are running out of time, I think. You don't want to see more presentation, but is only some word to say that IE Business School is here today because we also bet for the future. We have in our DNA entrepreneurial and innovation, and we believe in change. And you are bringing with you in your soul is the spirit of change. That is the reason that we will always back this outstanding event and this movement that is moving our world, our economies, and I think the sociology of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don Diego. And next to the stage we have, please, José María Álvarez Payete, consejero delegado de Telefónica, por favor.
Buenos días, señor presidente del Gobierno. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Para todos nosotros es un honor que usted esté con nosotros. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer a María y al South Summit por organizar este tipo de eventos que realmente son muy necesarios y que nos hacen mejores como país y mejores a las instituciones que podemos participar en ellos. Por supuesto, a Stein Startup y a todo el equipo, a la Cámara de Comercio, a la Fundación INCIDE y al Instituto de Empresas. Why is Telefónica here? Why our company wants to be here? We have been asked to tell you what do we see from our platform. Telefónica is today the 7th largest telecommunication company on earth. And from that platform, what we see is that we are living the deepest technological revolution that has ever been lived. And this is just starting. The dimension of change is exponential, it's not linear, it's exponential. And it's being accelerated, and it's going to accelerate even more in the coming years. Today, we have roughly 6 billion people and things connected to Internet. In the next 5 years, we are going to have 50 billion people, persons and things connected to the Internet in the next 5 years. Our data traffic volumes are growing 50% year on year and are going to grow by a factor of 11 times in the next 5 years. So the message that we see from Telefónica is that this is just starting. That this is a world full of opportunities that we all need to take advantage of. Y por lo tanto, desde Telefónica, lo que creemos es que el cambio está aquí. No hay una vida digital y una vida. La vida ya se ha digitalizado, solo hay una vida. Y esa vida va a cambiar, está cambiando. Nosotros desde Telefónica somos la segunda compañía de Europa que más invierte en I+D+I. Invertimos más de 7.000 millones al año, 7.000 millones de euros. Pero sabemos que no podemos hacer todo nosotros solos. Necesitamos un ecosistema abierto. La innovación ya no viene por los canales tradicionales, ya no viene solo por nuestros departamentos de I+D, ni siquiera por nuestros socios o por nuestros suministradores. La innovación es abierta, surge de cualquier sitio. Y España tiene un talento enorme. Y los países donde Telefónica opera tienen un talento enorme. Y por eso hemos construido una plataforma que se llama Telefónica Open Future, que se ha convertido en una de las plataformas de innovación en abierto más importantes del mundo. En los últimos años hemos filtrado más de 35.000 compañías, hemos creado más de 600 startups, hemos comprometido más de 550 millones de euros para invertir en esas compañías, en esas startups, y hemos generado más de 7.000 puestos de trabajo. Eso es Telefónica Open Future y por eso Telefónica está hoy aquí. Les necesitamos a todos ustedes, os necesitamos a todos vosotros para hacer que nuestra compañía crezca, para hacer que sus negocios crezcan con Telefónica, porque tenemos que formar parte de un ecosistema abierto. Y desde luego lo que les puedo decir es que desde Telefónica lo que vemos es un mundo apasionante delante de nosotros. Vemos unas oportunidades enormes para todos y en concreto para España. España es un país grande, es un país que tiene grandes ideas, que siempre ha tenido grandes ideas y que ha sabido hacer que esas ideas ocurran. Que esas cosas ocurran. Hemos cambiado los horizontes del mundo muchas veces y podemos hacerlo de nuevo. Les necesitamos a todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente del Gobierno, por estar aquí y gracias a María por su entusiasmo y por organizar este evento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, José María. And next to the stage, I'd like to invite Borja Prado, presidente de Endesa, por favor.
Excelentísimo señor presidente del Gobierno, don Mariano Rajoy, señor don José Luis Bonet, presidente de la Cámara de Comercio de España, señora doña María Benjumea, presidenta de Startup Spain, autoridades, señoras y señores. Buenos días a todos. Presidente, primero pido excusas porque en un foro como esto, en una plaza de toros donde se celebra nuestra fiesta nacional, voy a pronunciar una parte de mis palabras en inglés, dado que creo que el foro que hay aquí es global y me han solicitado que me dirija a ellos en inglés. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank all the investors, the entrepreneurs, and the startup community for your presence here today. Also, I would like to thank the effort of all of those involved in making this event happen. It is a pleasure for me to have the honor of welcoming you to the 4th edition of the Spain Startup Summit, the South Summit. We all know the importance of innovation to promote economic growth and in our advanced economies, and the important role that startups play in the process of economic development. The fact that this summit has become a meeting point for leading entrepreneurs and investors, as well as the success and international projection of the initiative in something that we are all very proud of. Endesa has continually sponsored the summit as part of our commitment with the challenge of fostering innovation in the power sector. As you all know very well, our industry has witnessed the introduction of rising numbers of disrupting technologies that are changing dramatically our business model and the relationship with our customers. This is the reason why we implemented 10 years ago an open innovation model that has helped us to develop new business opportunities in close alliance with our technological partners. We have realized that the role of startups is crucial for being able to adapt our business model to the challenges of our industry. We want to collaborate with innovators, with people who are not afraid of taking risks and who want to lead the revolution that is taking place in our industry. We are looking for startups with game-changing projects that can offer us the best products, solutions, and services and help us to provide a better service for our customers. Smart grids, electrical mobility solutions, distributed generation, and the whole implementation of a new digital framework are full of opportunities to join us in the implementation of a new energy model. During the last 3 years, Endesa has launched more than 150 innovation projects, which have been directly supported by 400 of our employees. And our industrial plan is clearly focused on increasing the figures for the next 5 years. Today, we are going to launch Endesa Energy Challengers, an open platform where we want to work with the brightest minds in the world to find new solutions to the challenge of the future. You will have the chance in the summit to join the first challenge that we are going to launch, the Datathon and the Hackathon. Our objective is to develop solutions that create value to our customers from the information we get from the smart meters that our customers have installed. We want all of you to join us in this energy revolution. If you are ready to change the future of energy and you want to be part of the global revolution, join the Endesa Energy Challengers. We invite all startups and entrepreneurs to be part of this initiative and help us consolidate our leadership in the innovation of the power sector in Spain. Antes de despedirme, quiero agradecer la presencia de tantas y distinguidas personalidades que hoy nos acompañan, que es una clara señal de la importancia de la innovación y del emprendimiento de nuestro país. Y quiero aprovechar también este momento para reconocer el trabajo de nuestro Gobierno y especialmente a su presidente Mariano Rajoy por haber logrado, junto con el esfuerzo de todos los españoles, que nuestro país se haya consolidado en la senda de crecimiento. El evento que hoy inauguramos es un ejemplo de que España se ha convertido en una referencia a nivel europeo, atrayendo el interés de grandes inversores internacionales y fomentando la creación y el desarrollo de nuevas empresas como las que se congregan en este evento. Muchas gracias, señores. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Señor Prado. And next to the stage, I'd like to invite José Luis Bonet, President of the Chamber of Commerce of Spain. Thank you.
Señor presidente del Gobierno, presidentes de Telefónica, Banco Sabadell y Business School, representantes de Endesa y Google, señor Bodniak, María Benjumea, señoras y señores. Como presidente de la Cámara de Comercio de España y de la Fundación INCIDE, es para mí un honor participar como coorganizador en la inauguración de esta cuarta edición del South Summit, un acontecimiento que se ha convertido ya en el mayor evento sobre emprendimiento del sur de Europa. Ayudar a quien quiere montar un negocio está en el ADN de las cámaras de comercio. Por eso, no es de extrañar que en 1999, cuando casi nadie hablaba de emprendimiento en España, las cámaras de comercio crearan la Fundación INCIDE como una institución dedicada a favorecer la generación de actividad económica y empleo mediante el apoyo a los emprendedores, creando y consolidando negocios sostenibles e innovadores. Hoy, la Fundación INCIDE sigue apostando por cooperar con todos los agentes públicos y privados que contribuyen al desarrollo de ecosistemas emprendedores en España y en el extranjero. Y para ello contamos con el apoyo de la política de cohesión europea y, en concreto, del Fondo Social y del Fondo Europeo de Desarrollo Regional, que contribuyen a la financiación de eventos como este. La Fundación INCIDE gestiona la mayor red de viveros de Europa, 98 en funcionamiento y 37 más en ejecución, y trabaja en áreas cada vez más especializadas. Estamos desarrollando 12 incubadoras de alta tecnología que se convertirán en centros de referencia de conocimiento e investigación aplicada en Europa y estarán al servicio de las startups más innovadoras. Estos centros, repartidos por toda España, trabajarán en sectores punteros como la biotecnología, el sector agroalimentario, las ciencias de la salud, las ciencias del mar, las energías renovables, las tecnologías de la información o el sector aeroespacial. También, desde la Cámara de España, llevamos a cabo un apoyo decidido al emprendimiento y contribuimos a la creación de más de 15.000 empresas a través de la red de cámaras. Disponemos de programas específicos para apoyar a las mujeres emprendedoras, para favorecer la innovación y el uso de nuevas tecnologías en las pymes y para orientar y asesorar en la búsqueda de financiación. Más de una vez me habrán escuchado defender el papel crucial que la empresa desempeña en garantizar el bienestar de la sociedad, ya que es la clave de la creación de empleo y la generación de riqueza para el país. Y en España, cuando hablamos de empresarios, nos referimos mayoritariamente a pymes y emprendedores que arriesgan su tiempo y su dinero para poner en marcha una idea de negocio. En la Cámara de Comercio de España estamos convencidos de la necesidad de favorecer esa vocación innovadora, apoyando no solo el lanzamiento, sino el desarrollo y consolidación de los proyectos y ofreciendo a los emprendedores todo el apoyo que puedan necesitar, desde la constitución de la empresa a la financiación del proyecto, pasando por la introducción de nuevas tecnologías o la formación de los trabajadores. En los últimos años, el reconocimiento social del emprendimiento ha mejorado sustancialmente en España. Aunque estamos en el camino adecuado para consolidar una cultura propicia para la innovación y la iniciativa empresarial, todavía debemos aceptar el fracaso como parte del proceso, darle más valor al éxito de quienes triunfan y fomentar los valores asociados a la iniciativa emprendedora desde los primeros niveles educativos. Los proyectos innovadores, de los que cada día tenemos más ejemplos en España, surgen de la combinación del trabajo y el talento de personas con perfiles muy diferentes. Para que esto ocurra son esenciales espacios físicos, incubadoras y viveros de empresas, espacios de coworking, etc. Eventos de todo tipo, redes de colaboración público-privada y repercusión mediática. Se trata, en definitiva, de lograr la densidad necesaria para que se generen proyectos con potencial de manera espontánea y de que todo lo que ocurre se visibilice y sirva de estímulo a otras personas. Eventos como este contribuyen, sin duda alguna, a este fin. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, José Luis. And without further ado, I am thrilled to invite to the stage el presidente del Gobierno de España, Mariano Rajoy, por favor.
Señor presidente de la Cámara de Comercio de España, señora presidenta de Spain Startup, estimados patrocinadores, queridos emprendedores, queridos amigos. Me siento muy honrado de poder participar en la inauguración de esta Cumbre 2015. Una cita que ha convertido a la ciudad de Madrid en un eje central de la innovación y emprendimiento a nivel mundial y que ha puesto a España en el calendario de los primeros espadas de la inversión internacional, atraídos por el inmenso caudal de talento que atesoran los emprendedores de nuestro país. En apenas 3 años, South Summit es ya la conferencia más importante de todo el sur de Europa en su ámbito. No podía ser de otra manera. Sea desde la sociedad civil o desde las instituciones, el espíritu emprendedor cuenta en España con una red imbatible de apoyo y complicidad, siendo como somos muy conscientes del valor diferencial de nuestro capital emprendedor como uno de los activos estratégicos de la marca España. Pero los verdaderos protagonistas de esta cumbre son sus 100 startups finalistas. A ellos quiero agradecerles personalmente el ejemplo que nos dan a todos. Emprendedores de gran número de sectores industriales que, no contentos con crear riqueza y empleo, hacen de la tecnología el mejor instrumento para aportar una novedosa visión del mundo en el que vivimos y así mejorar la sociedad. Todos vosotros, los que estáis hoy aquí, pero también otros muchos, formáis parte por derecho propio del futuro de un país que ha decidido desembarazarse de algunos lastres y estereotipos de su pasado para emprender un nuevo camino hacia el mañana en el vehículo de un proyecto común. Queridos amigas y amigos, no me voy a parar a detallar las decenas de medidas que en materia de apoyo directo, facilidades, reducciones de cuota a la seguridad social, incentivos y rebajas fiscales o eliminación de trabas burocráticas ha adoptado el Gobierno para impulsar los proyectos de profesionales, de los emprendedores, especialmente de las pymes y trabajadores autónomos. Solo mencionaré 3. La primera ley de emprendedores de nuestra historia. Para la innovación, el tratamiento fiscal del impuesto de sociedades, que incluso tiene forma de impuesto negativo, y la primera ley de segunda oportunidad. Como digo, han sido muchas, pero lo importante no es el aspecto cuantitativo, sino el hecho de que detrás de todas ellas descansa una meditada filosofía de impulso a vuestro éxito y de confianza plena en vuestras capacidades. En los buenos y en los malos momentos tendréis siempre a vuestro país detrás. Tendréis a vuestro lado a un Gobierno orgulloso de vosotros y consciente de que el horizonte de la sociedad española está ligado al vuestro. Un futuro que hoy más que nunca está al alcance de nuestras manos. España tiene todo para convertirse no ya en un microcosmos, sino en un gran cosmos de innovación y talento, de desarrollo e ilusión emprendedora, con poco que no nos desviemos de nuestro trayecto de país hacia el futuro. Un trayecto que, si ayer era incierto, hoy es ya imparable. Me gustaría, si me lo permitís, daros un consejo personal desde la experiencia. Sed constantes, no os rindáis nunca, custodiad vuestros sueños como lo que son, el mayor de los tesoros, y mantened siempre la ilusión, incluso en los momentos en que penséis que los retos son insuperables. Nunca lo son. Será la dimensión de los desafíos la que marque la medida de vuestro triunfo. Gracias a gente como vosotros, España tiene un futuro emprendedor ante sus ojos. Gracias a los esfuerzos y a la determinación tan consustancial a nuestro carácter colectivo, estamos superando uno de los peores momentos de nuestra historia reciente y encaramos una recuperación prometedora para todos. Nos hemos crecido ante la adversidad como la gran nación que somos. Nos hemos levantado y hoy, de nuevo erguidos, debemos sentirnos en pie de igualdad con las grandes naciones del mundo. Solo hace falta darse una vuelta por este evento para saber que nada tenemos que envidiar a nadie y que sí hay muchas cosas por las que somos envidiados. Ayer apretábamos los puños, sí, pero hoy abrimos las manos a un mañana que vuelve a esperar lo mejor de nosotros mismos. Y ahí estáis vosotros. Hace 3 años nadie en España, nadie podría pensar, y desde luego nadie afirmaba, que solo 3 años después España, como dice hoy el Fondo Monetario Internacional, iba a crecer en el año 2015 más del doble que la media de la Unión Europea y mucho más que los grandes países de la Unión, como Alemania, Francia e Italia. Amigas y amigos, España tiene un gran futuro y tenemos un proyecto común ilusionante. El objetivo es mantener el ritmo actual de creación de empleos y extender esta tendencia a los próximos años en los que vosotros, junto con el resto de la sociedad y la ayuda del Gobierno, tenemos que crear 2 millones de empleos más. Para eso mantendremos las políticas económicas, bajaremos más los impuestos, daremos facilidades a los emprendedores, conscientes de que es la sociedad y particularmente los emprendedores quienes generan bienestar, riqueza y puestos de trabajo. Muchísimas gracias.
Good morning, everybody. Bear with us as we transition to the next part of the program. What a morning, right? Whoa, we've been up and at it pretty early. What an exciting kickoff to this 2.5-day event. So guys, the good news is we're going to have a couple of free seats in the front row if you want to come down and join us. Be sure to stick around because we have an incredible segment kicking off in a few minutes. And I promise to let everybody grab a coffee at 11 o'clock. Por favor, que no se vayan, que vamos directamente al siguiente ponencia, que no lo vais a querer perder, porque es la presidenta de SpaceX, una locura, una empresa tan puntera. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be on stage in 1 minute. Que no os vais, que ahora arrancamos en 1 minuto. Hello. Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. We have an amazing band keeping the tempo going for the day. Folks, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the South Summit. What a start. I can't believe it. Not sure about you guys, but I've just realized a dream to have WAS right here in Las Ventas. Y, of course, Presidente Mariano Rajoy también. But, of course, the technologists, enthusiasts among us will be super excited about Steve Wozniak. I still can't get over that. And we're going to continue with an equally, if not even more, exciting segment coming into a section which we've called Space Odyssey. Space is the final frontier, right? And as we dream big as technological entrepreneurs, what other goal and challenge could there be out there? What other worlds are there to conquer? We're super, super excited about this segment. Guys, for the next 2.5 days, we have designed content that is cutting edge. We want you to have access to knowledge, information, networks that you could have in Silicon Valley, but we have it right here in Madrid in Las Ventas. That's why we're so excited to put this program together. The next 2.5 days, you're going to have different sessions on 4 different stages, but a lot of the hot action is happening right here in Las Ventas. If you can take your seats quickly, folks, and quiet down, I'm going to ask our next speaker shortly to come to the stage. When we started dreaming up this program, we started reaching literally for the stars, thinking, why don't we do a segment on space exploration and space technologies? One of the most innovation-intense segments in the world. The amount of innovation and spin-out products that comes from the aerospace industry is incredible. And we thought, well, where would we start? How about one of the most cutting-edge, exciting space exploration companies on the planet? And that's what we've achieved here today. For your information, we're going to have a keynote now, and then we're going to have a panel discussion around Space Odyssey. And then we're going to take a coffee break. So I know it's been an exciting morning, but hang on in there, grab your seats, and I promise we'll get to a coffee break as well so you guys can fuel up and do some serious networking. Upstairs, we have kicking off already our startup competition, which is on the stage, which is called The Next Big Thing. So if you're looking for the next big thing in new emerging technologies, that's where you'll find it from our 100 finalists. We also have the innovation stage, where you're going to see some cutting-edge best practice from our global partners and some of the larger companies, and looking at their innovation practices. At 5:50 this evening, you're going to have a keynote from a guy called Casey Neistat. Be sure to check out the program. This guy is unreal. Starting off as a YouTube celebrity, he's more than 20 million YouTube hits on a bunch of his different videos. He's a film director turned entrepreneur, and he's going to be sharing with you guys the best way to engage new audiences along video channels. So don't miss that one right here in Arena at 5:50 today. If you can take our seats and quieten down, guys, I'm going to continue with the next segment. Another highlight later today at 5 p.m. on the innovation stage upstairs is Face Entrepreneurship, talking about the fear of failure, right? Woz talked about how he had a totally different perspective on things, but sometimes we have to overcome that fear to make that leap. We have a session with Julie Meyer and Rodrigo del Prado from BQ and Pau Garcia from Idea Foster, who are going to talk about how they overcame their fear of failure to get their businesses off the ground. So folks, let's go. With further ado, I'm going to announce our first keynote for the day. We are extremely excited to have with us today the president and CEO of SpaceX. Gwen Shotwell is responsible for the day-to-day operations and managing all customer and strategic relations to support the company growth. Shh, 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 shh. That worked. And here was I talking all the way through. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Our first keynote is the president of SpaceX. We are still totally thrilled and overwhelmed that we actually have her here in Las Ventas. Gwen joined SpaceX in 2002 as Vice President of Business Development and built the Falcon vehicle family manifest to more than 70 launches, representing nearly $8 billion in revenue. Shotwell is a member of the SpaceX Board of Directors. Prior to joining SpaceX, she spent more than 10 years at the Aerospace Corporation, and there held positions in space systems engineering and technology, as well as project management. Promoted to the role of Chief Engineer at the LMV-class satellite program, and managed a landmark study for the Federal Aviation Administration on commercial space transportation, and completed an extensive analysis of space policy for NASA's future investment in space transportation. If this woman manages to realize her dreams, we will all be traveling to space someday, democratizing the travel into the outer atmosphere of the solar system. Without further ado, I'm thrilled to announce, give her a very warm madrileña welcome to Gwen Shotwell, SpaceX.
Buenos dias. Say it back. Buenos dias. Thank you. Good morning. Well, I was so thrilled to be invited to speak in this historic venue. Thanks so much for inviting me. I was asked to talk a little bit about the future, but given that this, and so I will, a little bit. I'm going to give you a tiny glimpse of the future, at least from my perspective. But I really wanted to talk about that in context. I wanted to talk a little bit about the story of SpaceX to inspire the entrepreneurs in the audience to stick with crazy ideas, continue your dream, because eventually you'll get there, and then also to point out to the investors in the audience that crazy ideas can end up making big money. So we'll go ahead and start. A little bit about SpaceX. We were founded in 2002. I was the 7th employee, and we grew from this little tiny company to a team of almost 5,000 people. We've grown between 50 and 100% year over year since then. Like I said, we're almost at 5,000 people right now. For those of you entrepreneurs with your 2 or 3 compatriots just starting up, it can get this big. And by the way, it's crazy. The path is crazy. We have $8 billion in revenue right now on the books. It's been an enormously successful company, so those ideas definitely pay off. We've had 18 successful Falcon 9 flights. Importantly, we did have a failure of our 19th flight this June. I think it's still relevant to this audience because I think in order to succeed, you do have to fail and learn and continue to grow your company. But let's be clear, failure super sucks. Really super sucks. We've had 6 successful missions to the International Space Station using the Dragon spacecraft, and that is a little piece, a little glimpse of the technology steps that we're taking to eventually take humans to Mars. That's why we were founded, purely to work the space transportation piece. So now I'm going to move to a video, I think. There we go.
DC confirms flight computers in startup. Second stage pressing. Tanks are at flight pressure. F9 switching to internal power.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is cleared the tower.
First stage propulsion is nominal.
Here is a look at the Dragon capsule making its way towards the International Space Station.
Sensation on 2. We see Dragon at 20 meters.
And capture is confirmed.
4, 3, 2, 1, launch.
I love rocket videos. It's kind of the best way to get your heart pumping and blood flowing early in the morning here. So putting in context, I wanted to show a photo of actually this is our second facility here on the left. It was this gigantic feeling garage space where we were going to start building rocket engines and rockets. Actually, the first location for SpaceX was in a hotel in downtown Los Angeles. So I was not part of the company at that time, but seventh employee, we started at this giant space. Right now, that giant, what seems so giant, is a teeny tiny like pin dot on the campus of SpaceX right now. It's about 10,000 square feet. Sorry, I don't know it in meters. And now we're at about 2.5 million square feet. So really, this was 2002. We ended the year with 14 employees. So what have we been doing since then? What have we been doing since then? We launched a little tiny rocket named Falcon 1. Took us 3 shots to get it right. And then we embarked on the path of taking cargo to the International Space Station on the Falcon 9. Those are the 19 flights that we have up there. We've been really busy. By the way, you aspiring entrepreneurs, very busy. Your life will be insane and incredible at the same time. So now 2015, let's fast forward to 2015 in a slow way. There we go, 2015. So what do we have to do now? We would love to fly 3 more times. Hopefully we get that done, but to fly at least 2 more times. That's the return to flight after the issue that we had in June. We did the pad abort test. Did you see that the Dragon spaceship lifting off the pad on that video? That was all real time. That's to protect, this is a crew demonstration. Basically, we're flying cargo to the International Space Station right now on Dragon. We're upgrading that Dragon spaceship so that we can take crew. And that video that you saw there was of the capsule getting off the pad in case the rocket blows up. You could see the capsule will get away if the rocket blows up on the pad, and the crew would be perfectly safe. So that was really an extraordinary test. And as I said earlier, we're going to end the year with about 5,000 employees. I know that's hard for some of you to imagine, 5,000 employees with your little tiny 3-person company right now, but hang in there, it can get that big. Next slide, please. So what's ahead? The glimpse of what I wanted to talk about is what are the things we need to do to still bring, to get massive amounts of folks to settle on Mars. So we have to make bigger rockets. We have to have more launch sites. Next slide, please. There we go. We need to have lots of launch sites. We can only get people to Mars every 2 years, so we need a lot of launch sites and a lot of rockets flying a bunch of people in that time frame. So we're establishing 2 new launch pads, one in South Texas, and one at the historic Launch Complex 39A where the shuttle used to launch from. Next slide, please. What else is important? What are the other building blocks? So you have to have the ability, the place to launch the people from, but you also need to make sure that your rockets are reusable. Right now, rockets are not like aircraft. You can imagine if you threw out the airplane on your way from New York to Madrid, that would be a very expensive flight, and not many people would do it. Right now, we throw our rockets away. It's critically important for us to be able to reuse those rockets. Otherwise, so you send people to Mars, that means you've thrown the rocket away. It's a one-way trip. You want to be able to bring folks back from Mars as well in case they don't like it. They might not like it. I don't know. Hopefully they like it. So what's really important is that we're developing the technologies to be able to reuse and recover these rockets. Next slide, please. Should be a video. So this is a video of that first stage of the Falcon 9 rocket landing on what looks like a little tiny ship, but it's bigger actually than a football field, American or European football. And so we almost stuck the landing. We didn't quite, but one of the things that I show this video, we tweeted it, so this is public. Sometimes we cut off the explosion part, but I thought it was important to show it here. Because at SpaceX, this was a huge success. No one's ever landed a rocket before after its mission. The fact that we landed the rocket, we didn't stick it. We weren't the great gymnasts that stuck the landing, but we landed it and we hit that, what looked like a little tiny postage stamp. In the middle of the ocean, we hit it. And so we were so thrilled that we did this. And in the United States, it was this huge victory. Yay, they almost stick the landing. But in Europe, it was, what a failure. They failed. And it's so important for an entrepreneurial environment to be able to accommodate risks. And on the development programs, you don't want to blow up your customers. For sure, you don't want to do that. So failures on real missions, not great. They super sucks. I think that was the technical term I used earlier. But on the development programs, you want to be able to fail. You want to be able to push your products and your technology to make sure you know where the limits are so that you can provide a good service thereafter. So big success here. If you read that this was a big failure, they were totally wrong. This was a huge success. Next slide. So in order to get people to Mars, we have to make rockets reusable. This is part of the stepping stone technology. We also need much, much bigger rockets. The Falcon 9 is not going to take people to Mars. Falcon Heavy will take a Dragon capsule to Mars, but you need even a bigger rocket. But next year, in 2016, we will be rolling out the Falcon Heavy launch vehicle. Between the Falcon 9 and the Falcon Heavy, we will accommodate all the satellites that want to go to space, and it will be another stepping stone to an even much bigger rocket. This one has about 4 million pounds of thrust. And the vehicle that takes us to Mars will be 3 or 4 times that size. So really, it would be a lot of noise at launch. Commercial crew. So right now, the Dragon capsule takes cargo to the International Space Station. We're learning how to do that. Now we're upgrading that capsule so that we can take people to low Earth orbit and the International Space Station. Again, that's another stepping stone, because eventually we need to learn how to build spaceships that can take people all the way to Mars, and it's a long trip. Going to space station is a couple of hours, maybe a day if NASA wants you to sneak up on that. Getting to the moon is 2 or 3 days. Getting to Mars is 3 to 8 months. So you can imagine how big that spaceship needs to be. You definitely don't want to go to Mars in the little Dragon capsule. It's like a minivan. It would be a bad 8 months. So I've talked about SpaceX from a little tiny company, 7 people when I started, in what seemed like a giant building, which would now basically be the size of the bathrooms at SpaceX, to growing technology such that you can reuse rockets, to upgrading your cargo capabilities to be able to take humans. So where are we going to go next after that? We definitely want to take people to Mars. Just want a quick show of hands. Who wants to go to Mars? Who wants to? Okay, so when you ask that question at SpaceX, everybody raises their hand. Everybody raises their hand. At any rate, listen, good luck to all the entrepreneurs out there in the audience. Investors, listen to these people. They know what they're doing, and you can take what seems like a crazy idea, building rockets and spaceships to take people to Mars, into an $8 billion business. So thank you very much for your time, and have a great week.
Thank you so much, Gwen. If you'd like to take a seat, I'd like to invite the panel to take their seats here, please, for the next segment, which is Future of Connectivity, What We Can Expect from Space Exploration 6.0. This session is chaired by Elena Piscianero, President of Hispasat, including Gwen, Dimitris from Zero to Infinity, Matteo from Space Systems Laurel, Pierre-Francois from Airbus Defense and Space, and Juan Tomas from Satlantis. Elena, the floor is yours. Thank you. Woo!
Thank you, Liz. Good morning. Very welcome to this debate we want to face now about the space industry. We know you can go to Mars with 7 people, if you include Win in the team, of course. And thank you for your very inspiring speech. Let's go to the business to try to see what can we do all together in order to really, really drive innovation and opportunities in the space industry. This industry is quite young. It's almost at least less than 50, more than 50 years ago, but is in a process of a very fast and deep transformation. And this transformation, think about what Win told us just 5 minutes ago. It's not only customers, as it was in the past. We talk with customers to deliver services, transponders, services, whatever. But we talk about citizens being able to use the high-tech telecommunications we have in the world. And this is a terrific challenge because all the citizens, not only customers, not only users, are demanding increasingly more connectivity, more bandwidth, more speed, more mobility, anywhere, anytime. Furthermore, I want to slow at this moment, they want all of this cheaper. Some are building businesses on this hypothesis, cheap, and some are promising that they are going to provide it for free. Imagine the challenge, because you know, and I'm going to tell you, that the satellite is quite expensive. So how we can provide, how we can answer such a challenge when, and we can't forget that satellites 50 years ago were a terrific disruptive option to really change the way we thought about telecommunications. In terrestrial mode, some small changes, and satellites appear and change everything. That's what we are facing now. We are in a world of disruption. And this kind of world, status quo, is not an option. It's definitely not an option. And we can't rest on our own laurels. We are there. We are the best option, still, for sure, for the best high-quality broadcasting of audiovisual contents, even for very good connectivity in the world. Everybody, everywhere, can connect to the internet digital world we are living now. And so, what is the option? The traditional industry must embrace this open innovation. Álvarez Payete and Des as well talk about this open innovation. It's not only us, but you all that can create the new space. We are all in this new space, and we have to innovate together. So let's face this debate in two areas. I think there is, on one hand, how we can do what we do better, cheaper, so in a more efficient and clever way, and how we respond to the new market requirements. Those crazy ideas of you all demanding new services with the old infrastructures, with new infrastructure, combining every of them. And so we can talk of both things. And that's why I ask, and thank you all for saying yes, to come to join us and debate about how the old industry, sorry, we are in the 50s, and so we are old as the satellite, and how the traditional industry is dealing with this challenge. I feel in our meetings last in Paris 3 weeks ago, there is some anxiety, some nervous around what is going to happen, because all we are aware that something is going to happen, and we want to be there. We must be there. So as satellites operators, that is my case in Hispasat, we are trying to say, hey, SSL Loral, how Mateo Gina, please, an applause to Mateo Gina, that is coming from California as well, as when. We love you. We love Airbus too. Careful, we are close.
Thank you.
And others are very welcome to the debate, of course. How can we do it? How can we be more agile, more versatile, shorten the deadlines, being cheaper? What do you think about what we can do? Matthew?
Well, first, I want to thank you for inviting me. In terms of bringing the cost of satellites down, there's various aspects of the satellites that drive the cost, and a lot of it has to do with, as Gwen mentioned, you can't fail when you deliver a product to your customer. You can't fail, and that's a very traditional part of the space industry. So what happens over time, and what we're seeing with a lot of the young engineers, is that they've grown up with what are called CubeSats. These are little satellites that these engineers are able to creatively make a mission, and they learn that they actually can do a mission on their own. They don't need a large company to do it. They can do it from the university. And so what happens is that they come in with a lot of new ideas, and they come in with a big push for technologies. So what we need to bring the satellite costs down are actually two things. One is access to space. The cost of access to space drives the whole industry. What these young engineers realize is that once you can get a CubeSat into space, and it costs on the order of less than $1 million total cost, satellite plus launch, you can do all sorts of things, and you can take a lot of risks. So if we can bring the cost to get access to space, which SpaceX has greatly contributed to that and is doing a lot more, that will actually open up the door to a lot more options. So we have very long life satellites. If satellites didn't have to last 15 years, one can significantly reduce the cost of the satellite. And you could also do even more, and that is if the life of a satellite if it's acceptable to have a life of a satellite down to, say, 5 years, you can refresh the technology. The rate of technology on terrestrial systems is enormous, right? It rapidly evolves. Space, once you have the asset, it has to last 15 years. So what we do in the meantime is we build in flexibility into the satellite to allow it to accomplish different missions over those 15 years. But ultimately, it's going to come down to lowering the cost to get to space, and then that will allow us to open up lots of possibilities for what a satellite can do.
Some disruption, please. What can we do? You had a good example in order to ask for the impossible. Why not? To dream about crazy ideas.
Yeah, we didn't actually start the company to be disruptors. What we did is we started the company because we saw a big gap in the ability to do more in space, but yet the cost of getting to space was so high. So we are considered the low-cost provider of launch. I still think it's expensive. You probably think it's expensive. You just did a deal with us. I think whenever you're talking multi-millions or tens of millions of dollars, that's not low cost, that's not cheap. So though we are the low-cost provider, it's important to not stay where you are there. It's really important to spin your product and spin your design. It's one of the reasons why we're working on reusability. If we could reuse both the first stage and the second stage again, all really you're talking about is the cost of the actual launch, which is fuel. And the cost of fuel for a launch is $1 million or $1.5 million. So you can imagine going from a $60 to $100 million launch to take your geostationary satellites up there to on the order of $1 million or so. That's really, I think that's not achievable, but you can get closer, certainly much closer than where we are now. Just reusing the first stage, we're hoping to drop our prices 30 to 40%.
Thanks, Win. Let me introduce Pierre-François Delval. Bienvenue à Madrid.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be
from
here.
Airbus Defense and Space. He's coming from France. He's not too far, but he deserves an applause as well. So,
thank you very
maybe
much.
new.
So, thank you.
So what is your approach to such a corporation or European corporation dealing with this competence and trying to see what can we do better and cheaper, I insist.
I think you're right. We have to get it cheaper because we want space telecommunication to become much more of a utility and something which is all in our life. And as you mentioned previously, there are, and Matteo also hinted on that, there are three levers that I think we have to address. There is the access to space, the cost of it. Clearly, having a much cheaper way to launch satellite will open complete new avenues to the way we design satellites. Satellites have always been designed somehow to best fit or match the launcher capabilities. So it's driven by the launcher capabilities and cost, and we will continue like that. That's clear for that. Electric propulsion was a way to do it, reduce the mass of the satellite so that we can get to cheaper launcher or do two satellites in one. Another way to do that is flexibility. We effectively have to change the paradigm of a geostationary satellite which has been designed and will stay the same for 15 years in orbit. Technology on the ground is evolving much, much faster. We can't just let that go. And for that, we are working on flexible payloads. We already have a number of flexible mission ongoing with Eutelsat, with SES, and we want to do more. The holy grail, I would say, there is what we call software-defined payloads. Basically, you can completely reprogram what you want to do with your satellites, even though it is there. A third axis is mass production. We are doing almost prototype every time, and we have to get to a place where we have more and more standard, more volume of production. As you know, on that standpoint, Airbus DS has partnered with OneWeb. We are going to build up a huge constellation of 900 satellites. That opens, again, new avenues in the way to do the satellites. And the fourth lever, I would say, is the way we work. I think again, space industry was a small world somehow. We were in a bit on our own. We need to open completely. We need to change the way we work with our customer. It's already coming, but we have to do it more proactively, concurrently, and not from a mission to RFP. We have to get more interaction. Same thing for our supplier. We should stop from getting top-down approach from system to equipment, but see what they can offer, what they can do to reduce their cost and build a system around. And also we have to open to non-space related companies, to startups. We need to open our culture and our technologies all over there. And,
Some idea? Well, no. Before we go to new markets and new applications, I want to learn from you the disruptors. I think we have two people very interesting for you. That are on my left, Juan Tomás Hernani, that is the CEO of Satlantis, that is working in order to launch small satellites. And I think that's what I said. We will talk about applications after a bit. But I want you to well, yes, Juan Antonio is from the north of Spain, so he deserves, for the Basque Country, a big applause. Well, Juan Tomás, what I want you to tell us is how you see, and you know very well the space industry for some years, why to think differently, why to think about different kinds of satellites in order to provide with new answers to the society. But what can we learn as industry from such an initiative as you push forward?
Okay, first of all, thanks for inviting me to the debate. Elena, I'm very pleased to be with all of you. I think the question is interesting because low cost and small satellites require that you think big. So it could be a contradiction, but low cost is never a strategy to position. It's a strategy to destroy. But then you have to see, after the war, what is next and where can you position yourself. So I think we follow exactly this route. So we want to provide through very cheap platforms and a continuous integration of sensoric in the small satellites, new services. That is high frequency, where we can move with very many satellites, with constellations which are rich in the number, that if we are able to be in a point every 15 minutes, then we can open new fields of applications like security that were not present in the past. So I think if you want to think big, you have to understand that here our colleagues are very important, because I think the big industry is the reference, and space has so many barriers from launching to operation to the components qualification, etc. So it is not like normal IT, it has very many barriers. So I think the winning strategy, in my opinion, is not for the big to think that they can do themselves in a different behavior, because that is already answered in many sectors. How can a big company develop a new business that contradicts the business model? You have to jump into another company and do it externally. And maybe you can integrate it in a while, but you cannot do it from inside. It's quite difficult. So this is our view, and we are fighting for having very big partners inside the company that can implement the dream we have, which is very big.
We will go further in detail, well, not too much time, but about how important it is to look for the right partnerships. I think is what these startups are looking for. Not only financing, but the right partners to finance and promote such a new chain of value that we have to make together. No? So, but last but not least, let me see, because your name is. I've heard you said that to me, that you came from Granada.
From Granada, from the south.
He's from the south, but his name is Dimitris Bontoulos, from 0 to infinity. So, ole. So, Dimitris, we talked yesterday a bit in the Ayuntamiento de Madrid about that you try to launch payloads. Payloads. That's what we talk in the industry about. But payloads might be almost everything. Not for those who weigh more than 100 kilos, I'm afraid. So,
that's
Dimitris.
our reference. Thanks for the invitation, and to the audience. We have to be disruptive, because we want to be the enabler to that market. We know, and we have assumed that the ecosystem is requesting the access to the connectivity, and we have put the focus over one small niche, which is the microsatellite, nanosatellite. And our solution is a disruptive one. We want to launch the more efficient and cheaper launcher, utilizing a hybrid solution. Since 6 years ago, 0 to infinity, my company developed low-pressure balloons. We lift loads, we test, we gain experience, we feel very confident about that technology. And right now, what we have done is to mix that technology in order to unlock and decompose the problem. We want to lift the rocket and launch the rocket for 20 kilometers, that near space field, trying to reduce several of the constraints, and since the beginning introduce the reutilization. We have the perception that the cost efficiency in that track is obtained introducing a disruptive piece. Our disruptive piece is the hybrid approach. We have in our figures and in our studies the assumption that the reduction of the cost is something that is possible to be achieved. The market is very complex, the environment is close, but reference like the SpaceX is transferring to us the inspiration that the momentum is really interesting, because they have transferred to us the guide, the reference, and the customers, all these audiences, requesting thousands of small devices. We want to be the shortcut to orbit with the project Blue Star and create that first hybrid solution that will introduce the balloon at the first step, launching the second step in a reutilizable approach. It's challenging, for sure, the failure is still there, but at least if we fail in the initial cycles, we will demonstrate that the failure itself is different. Because from decades, the satellites, it doesn't matter of the size, has been launched with rockets, different size, with different efficiencies, but a different approach than the one that we are putting over the table as incumbent in the market. I think that is interesting for those final clients, for those telecommunication operators, for those members of the ecosystem that want to accelerate that position in a new market that is exploding day by day, as everybody's seeing.
Okay, I think there are many things we can do and we must do to improve satellites and take the most advantage of who for sure is the protagonist of the space. But let's move to the new markets a bit. And I would like to ask Wayne, because with your presentation, what was initially the idea of SpaceX? Initially was to go to Mars?
It was.
This is the point. To go to Mars or try to build new launchers, new vehicles, reusable or whatever. Because what I think it's, you can have an infrastructure or business at the very beginning, and you can transform it to do with this infrastructure different things. But you said that initially that was the dream?
Yes, the vision, we started the company to develop the capability, the transportation systems, ultimately to get people to Mars. But the market for Mars is undeveloped. I think the market for putting humans in space, whether you're at low Earth orbit, the moon, or Mars, the market is not there. So what you need to do is work on your technology and provide interim products that service an existing market. And so satellite transportation, obviously an existing market. It has been for decades. With the advent of the International Space Station opening up cargo and crew services to commercial companies, there was yet another new market. So we've tailored our products to address existing markets, but continue to spin the technology to ultimately get to Mars.
That's the question. I don't know if we have a video about all the possibilities for satellites, because my idea was to say, well, we had the satellite to really have an important breakthrough of telecommunications in order to have this universal coverage, full connectivity, but mainly to broadcasting, and then with the emerge, and not emerge, the revolution of internet, to really be able to connect the people around the world to do things. And then things are huge opportunities about what we can do with satellites, with different kinds of satellites, so different kinds of launchers, and different ways of working in the traditional manufacturers, but at the same time, new services, including new people around who are going to be integrated in this new net that is trying to provide services hand in hand with citizens. And that's what you mentioned before about security or Earth observation, and I'm going to say something after. What is your view about this? Juan Antonio, Juan Tomás, because the question is to do with this satellite that is in the space that we can launch, we can do it cheaper, small, more agile, so that's what these two guys are thinking about.
I mean, to me the key...
What was your vision?
To me the key issue could be called integration. So we know everything about...
the video, some commercial on the back. So.
We know everything about the territory. If we see what is the digitalization that we have in a good part of the world, we will see that we know each centimeter of the territory. So I think the key issue is to place skins of extra information that we can integrate with existing, not only in terms of the geographical information systems, but also in terms of online communications, that transponders that can identify events, so that this global picture of space and Earth can provide big data that has a tremendous power to solve new challenges. I think this is the issue. Again, I think we have to think big.
So for sure, because I have Pandura there, we are working together in ISDASAT to really have not only communications in terms of defense, we have secure communications for many, many things that look bad, but we have to do around Hermes and so on. They are crucial for the security of all of us. But at the same time, we are very active in the field of Earth observation. It's very important to look for these great images, to do security, do many, many other things. And we have initiatives as well in space constellations in terms of sensors, and try to do what you have said. And this is very important. I want to highlight this because it's a big, big field of opportunities. That is to combine images and data through satellites. Will further pursue the need of greater connectivity, but this is a full range to merge space and big data to really a potential for development that is huge. It's what Juan Tomás says, is what we are working in, is the set to really have this possibility to work on big data all over the world. Imagine connecting different ships everywhere and try to see what we can do. I think there is a wide range of opportunities you can exploit, and we invite you to do it. But let me ask the manufacturers, because we talk a lot about what are the opportunities for startups to help you do this open innovation you need to make these satellites you do remarkably well, even better, and this agility and so on. What do you think, Matteo?
So we're, SSL is very fortunate in that we're in the heart of Silicon Valley. We're surrounded by an environment, an ecosystem of innovation. What that does is that we're always, let me say it this way. So of the employees within SSL, everyone under 30, the majority of them are set to start their own company at any moment. That's sort of the mentality of the engineers you get when you're in Silicon Valley. Everyone just believes they can start their own company. And so what that does is for us, what that means is looking at these engineers and working with them to actually come up with these new ideas. We won't invent everything internally. That would be silly to think that all ideas would come internally. So we also look outside, and there's many companies within Silicon Valley that have a lot of new space applications. So we don't limit ourselves to only Silicon Valley, but we are looking outside to see new ideas, new innovations. We've teamed up with other companies. We're building Earth observation satellites now. And what that does is that it helps actually inspire a lot of the engineers. You know, engineers want to do new stuff. They want challenges. That's why they went into space, because it's hard. That's what they love about it. And so going into these new ventures, whether it's from inside or whether from outside, is actually is very motivating to our. And so as a company, we actually are very forward-looking, working with lots of different companies to see what they can bring, what we can bring. It's not always money. It's not always that they need money. Sometimes they need validation. Sometimes they just need credibility. Sometimes they need a thermovac chamber. I mean, it's all sorts of things that we can bring for them.
Okay, so it's Silicon Valley plus Las Ventas. So let's go to Airbus. What do you think are coming the opportunities from?
I think
which are the main areas to try to provoke some thinking around?
Well, there is clearly a number of areas ongoing in terms of partnering with startups, new company, more innovative than we are in Airbus. We really see that big corporations shall not be opposed to startups. They are really complementary. They shall work better together. We believe that cooperation can bring effectively the resources, but also the experience, the heritage. But we need also to have, I would say, new ideas, new bloods, and we try to create, and that's what we did for OneWeb, a small team that is dedicated to that new way of doing the business, and from that bubble, if I can say, will disseminate through the company, and we want to do more and more of that. We have in Airbus several startup accelerators which are being put in place because we want to effectively get to access to, I would say, to these new ideas, to these disruptive technologies, but also, I would say, collaborate and do it together and disseminate to the company. So I think that's really a model where, rather than being segregated, we shall really do some co-working on all of that, and I believe that's the real way to do it. We have plans of building space telecom stations in space. Rather than launching satellites that are already finished, we can launch it by pieces like was done for ISS, and then assemble exchange modules, tug it from one orbit to another. There are plenty of plans for which we have ideas, we have concept, but we need a new disruptive approach to come, and that's where cooperation with exactly that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay, small provocation because we are run out of time, and
we are very sensible of the necessities of the manufacturers, but also to the final users. We know that we need to introduce in the dimension of what we need to launch new variables in order to transfer freedom to the designers, freedom to the new antennas, freedom to that new environment where the connectivity is going to be a must. And that's the reason why we are trying to introduce in all the value chain new disruptive approaches in order to unlock the project. But for sure, what we have in our company crystal clear is that the request of the final users, the request of the markets is going to transfer to us the necessity to unlock the global connectivity, thinking not just in the North countries, on the developing countries, thinking in Africa, thinking in many areas where the necessity of the connectivity is a must, and that for sure has to be achieved through the space. So,
thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Many thanks for your ideas. I think that what is clear is that we have done a lot, but we have a big challenge to really reinvent this industry. And the way to do it is with you, with the startups trying to bridge in the gap between what is thinking big, thinking disruptive, and the industry that is going to promote this. It's in our DNA to do it. We were disruptors 50 years ago, and we want to be protagonists of this disruption once again. So we need this fresh air, this new way of thinking. And let me throw a challenge that Antonio Abad is around there. Antonio, hello. Hello. He is a big engineer. He is the CTO of Hispasat. We were thinking about new solutions, new situations. But I'm going to read because he can tell it properly, but I'm an economist trying to do many things in my life. But I encourage you to take part of this space odyssey and try to eliminate the artificial barriers that are preventing the Moore law from applying to satellites too. It's interesting if you master the laws of gravity as we did with electromagnetism, we are going to change the world as SpaceX wants to do. We are going to be together, and I invite you and encourage to embark in this Odyssey journey we are going to build together. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Elena, a todos los panelistas por una charla tan interesante. Vamos a coger 15 minutos de descanso, tomar un cafecito, arrancar con la networking, y aquí estamos a las 11:30 with Dirk Ahlborn, CEO of Hyperloop, 11:30 back here. Thank you, folks.
Can't get no satisfaction. Gonna try, and I try, and I try, and I try. I can't get no, I can't get no. When I drive in my car, an old man comes on the radio. He tells me more and more about someone else's information, supposed to fire my imagination. I can't
'cause I try, and I try, and I try, and I try. I can't get those, I can't get those when I want to mind to be, and dance comes on to tell me how wide the circle can be. It can't be me 'cause he doesn't smoke the same cigarettes I need. I can get those, no, no, no. Hey, 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 that's what I said. I can get no satisfaction. I can get no satisfaction, 'cause I try, and I try, and I try, and I try, try, try. I can't get those, I can't get those when I ride around the world and I do this and sing and die. I'm trying to make some girl who tell me, baby, better come back late next week, 'cause I'm on losing streak. I can't get a no, 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 no. Yeah, that's what I said. I can't get no, I can't get no, I can't get no, no satisfaction, no satisfaction, no satisfaction, no satisfaction. I can't get no, I can't get no, I can't get no, hey, I can't get no. One, two, three, four. When she was just 17, you know what I mean. And the way she looked, baby, unconfined. So how could I dance with another? Ooh, when my soul is standing there. Well, she looked at me, and I could see that before too long I would fall in love with her. She could dance with another. Oh, when I saw her standing there, where my heart went boom when I crossed that room, when I held her hand in my we danced through the night. I went ahead with it all the time. I've been for too long now, fell in love with it. I'll ever dance with another. Oh, when I saw it standing there. Come on. When I saw when moon, when I crossed the room, when I held her hair in my well, we danced through the night, when we held it all the tight. And before too long now, fell in love with it. I'll never dance with another. Oh, when I Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so to say, it's the rain, a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down sunny day? Yesterday and days before, sun it's cold, the rain it's hard. I know, been away for all my time. Till forever on it goes, through the circles far and slow. I know, I can't stop, I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down sunny day? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down sunny day? Good golly, Miss Boy, sure like the boy. Good golly, Miss Boy, sure like the boy. When you're rocking and rolling, can hear your mama call. From the early, early morning to the early, early night, we call Miss Molly, rocking on the house of blue light. Good golly, Miss Molly, sure like the ball. When you're rocking and rolling, I can hear your mama call. Mama, Papa told me so, you better watch your step. If I knew Papa's mama, how you want my by myself. Good golly, Miss Molly, sure like the ball. When you're rocking and rolling, I can hear your mama call. Hey, going to the corner, gonna buy a diamond ring. She has me and it kiss me, make a ting-a-ling-a-ling. Good golly, Miss Molly, core. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Aren't they class? One more? I don't know. Guys, please come in and take your seat. We might go with one more, a short one, but I just want to make sure everybody, come on in, grab your seat. We have an incredible keynote coming up, CEO of Hyperloop, so please take your seats. We're going to be starting in 2 minutes.
You shake my nails out right on my brain. Too much love, drive the man insane. You broke my wheel, all through the thrill. Couldn't make the rails, the rip bones of fire. I let her love out of Hollywood money. You came along, now you're moving me, honey. I'll take my mind and looking fine. Couldn't make the rails, the rip bones of fire. You kiss me, baby. Ooh, I feels good, baby. Hold me, baby. Like a loving soul, you're fine, so kind. I'm not the world that's a mine. I put my nails out of kid in my tongue. It really never stops, surely fun. Come on, baby, you drive me crazy. Your neck rails, you rip bones. Kiss me, baby. Ooh, feels good. Hold me, baby. And love like a loving soul. You're fine, so kind. I'm just a one that you're mine. Cut my nails out and tied my tongue. I really never came so sure you're fine. Come on, baby, drive me crazy. Got an extra rails and rip bones to fight. Thank you. My mind, I want a Napoleon did surrender. Oh yeah, I have on me my destiny in quite a similar way. The history book on the shelf, and I always repeat on the shelf. Waterloo, I was defending the war, the war. Waterloo, promise to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knocking my baby to be with you. Oh, Waterloo, finally found my Waterloo. Oh, my mind, I tried to hold you back, but you were stronger. Oh yeah, I know this is my only chance to give it all the fight. And I hope could not ever refuse. I feel like I win when I lose, baby. Waterloo, I was defending and won the war. Waterloo, promise to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape it, I wanted to.
this morning. Come on in, everybody. Don't be shy. Grab your seats. We have some seats up here at the front as well as we continue on our next track, which is all about the future of transportation. And starting in the stars, at space, talking about connectivity, talking about we can build the infrastructure right through from space to connect the whole world and facilitate this digital revolution that we're living. Now we're going to take a slightly different turn and talk about how we're actually moving around the world today. Every single day, things are more connected, we're more globalized. Everybody feels that little bit closer with communication technologies, but also with improvements in mobility. And this next speaker I'm really excited to have here in Las Ventas. This technology first conceptualized by Elon Musk, who's a trend through the summit and is a pioneering entrepreneur himself, and somebody we greatly admire. This company are trying to materialize on those technologies, making the future a reality, which is a theme for the program today. And I love seeing the images of the technologies and the transportation devices these guys are building, because it kind of reminds me of the Jetsons, right? And the little pods and capsules they're flying around with on those futuristic type science fiction cartoons that we grew up with. And this is really what South Summit is about. It's about putting vision into reality, about turning dreams and ambitions into reality. And this speaker is definitely following that track, and that's why we're so excited to have him here. So without further ado, I pass the stage to Dirk Ahlborn, CEO of Hyperloop.
Let's see. Okay. Hola, Madrid. So we had Steve Wozniak, the president of Spain, Gwen Shotwell, no pressure. All right, so we're Hyperloop Transportation Technologies, and we are building the Hyperloop. So who here doesn't really know what the Hyperloop is? All right, awesome. So we have a little video that shows how this all started, what's happening right now, and what's about to come. So I think that's a great introduction, and enjoy.
America's always been a nation of doers. We build things, we take risks, and we believe that if you have a good idea and are willing to work hard enough, you can turn that idea into a successful business.
Billionaire philanthropist Elon Musk has hinted at a new high-speed transport system that could put planes and trains out of business.
I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
So what's Hyperloop? Mr. Musk's plan: move people using a massive vacuum tube combined with a magnetic levitation system. Kind of like a Jetsons tunnel?
It's something like that, yeah.
Here's how he teased the idea in May at an All Things D conference.
It's a cross between a Concorde and a railgun.
It's called the Hyperloop. It's a system of giant suspended tubes. Riding within are capsules carrying people or freight travelling on cushions of air at speeds of up to 1,200 k's per hour, or roughly 1 kilometre every 3 seconds.
A tube that would be on pillars from Los Angeles to San Francisco, and inside there would be capsule cars that would be rocketed forward up to 700 miles an hour, and that there would be a fan on the front. Elon Musk basically says that this is the way of the future.
How would you like something that can never crash? It is immune to weather. It goes 3 or 4 times faster than the sort of bullet train, and it would cost you much less than an air ticket.
It will only cost to build this $6 or $7 billion. Compare that to the $65 billion for the current high-speed rail plans for California. He believes this is a viable, valuable alternative for mass transit between these two destinations.
Could something like the Hyperloop actually be the answer to super-fast, environmentally friendly, high-speed travel between our busiest cities? So the gauntlet has been thrown down. A design document for a whole new, super cool way to travel. The only thing now, will someone pick it up and make the Hyperloop a reality?
There are some companies that have that are forming to try to make the Hyperloop happen, and I encourage them. I think that's great. I'm super focused on Tesla and SpaceX, and to small amount on Solar City, so that basically completely uses up my brain.
Tesla founder Elon Musk proposed this new technology called Hyperloop, and it's being developed right now in Playa Vista, here in this hangar behind me.
The only resistance would be the air in front of the capsule, which we move to the back by using a compressor.
Company Hyperloop has teamed up with the students to create this tube technology that's designed to connect cities up to 400 miles apart.
Dirk Alborn says it's safer and more efficient than the railroad.
Well, the system is completely computerized. So you optimize the system, and then you actually have the humans to monitor it. In railroads, most accidents were all human factors. Plus, a lot of the derailments are actually happened because something's on the track. So we're in a closed system. We're completely managed by a computer system. There's no human factor that can actually create those issues. We actually plan on seeing the first Hyperloop very, very soon starting.
Can you imagine and walk us through what it might be like to travel at the speed of sound?
It's not going to be much different than sitting in an airplane, actually. Obviously, for us, it's very important to make it as good of an experience as possible. So this is an independent organization that has formed. We have 170 engineers, scientists, and really great professionals with amazing backgrounds.
The race is on. Elon Musk's vision for a high-speed passenger pods known as the Hyperloop is one step closer to becoming reality this morning. One of the known companies competing to capitalize on Musk's proposal, announcing today it has struck a deal with landowners in Central California to build the first full-scale Hyperloop along a 5-mile stretch along I-5, with construction set to begin in 2016.
Let's bring in Dirk Alborn, who is the man who runs the Hyperloop Transportation Technologies team, which is announcing this deal with Quay Valley, California. Dirk, tell me about this deal and really when you expect this Hyperloop, this 5-mile stretch, to be finished.
Quay Valley is supposed to be breaking ground beginning of 2016. That's when we will be working on our development. So we will be starting ground at the same time. At this moment, we expect to be done by 2018.
Hyperloop now appears one step closer to reality. Starting next year, that theory will turn into a groundbreaking in Quay Valley, Kings County off of I-5. A developer there has just committed a big chunk of his private land toward the project. It's a 5-mile loop that would take visitors through a planned entertainment district.
There's going to be a test track. Elon Musk has announced that he's going to build a small-scale test track. It's a necessary step for us to be building a full-scale version, and Quay Valley is a sustainable model town of the 21st century, so it's a perfect fit. They're expecting over 10 million visitors per year, so we will actually be able to generate revenues very, very fast.
The company plans to go public later this year.
We want to do a public offering. We want to give our community that's supporting us the possibility to own parts of the company. We want to make sure that the people that have been helping building the company and this technology are able to participate in the investment, in the fundraising, and the upside of the company.
With their contributions to Hyperloop, these students from around the world now have stock options in the company. But they say they're not in it for the money.
As a student, I start to feel like I'm in part of some great career that might change the world.
Will the Hyperloop kill the railroad?
The Hyperloop is going to do to the US what the railroads did in the 1800s. So it will change the way we live. It's possible today, it's based on existing technologies, and it's the right time, it's the right moment to finally get something doing like this.
Is it visionary? In 30 years' time, will you and I be sitting on our rocking chairs going, well, we talked about it then, and he did it?
So you think this is possible? This is not just...
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
For all those who said this is just a neat little thing to draw on a cocktail napkin, these guys are saying it will become reality.
All right. So those were 2 years basically put together in 5 minutes. So just to reiterate, what is the Hyperloop? Imagine a capsule filled with people hovering inside a tube and moving really, really fast. Inside this tube, we create a low-pressure environment. So very similar to an airplane that goes into high altitudes, this capsule encounters very little resistance and can therefore go very fast with very little energy. This is probably the most important part. It's completely green. We use solar, wind, kinetic energy through regenerative braking, in some cases even geothermal. So the system produces more energy than it's actually using. So why is this so important? Well, first of all, we have to move over to green energy, right? But there's a problem. Public transportation doesn't work. Why? Because public transportation, the moment we do an investment, it's a liability. We have to continuously put money into it. As an example, when you take the metro in Los Angeles, every time someone takes a metro, the taxpayers have to pay $2.50. $2.50 every time someone takes a metro. So we are a startup company. One of the first things that we looked at is this a business model? Thanks to the alternative energy we're using, and our operational costs are so low that we can be profitable within 8 years on something like LA to San Francisco. Oops. Let's see if it comes. There you go. The system is on pylons, which has a couple of advantages. One, it's cheaper to buy the land because you don't have to buy large chunks, right? You just need the land where the pylon is on, ideally. It also has the advantage that it doesn't go through the land in a way that farmers have to figure out how to get on the other side, right? Normally they tell them, well, you just trade it with your neighbor. The problem is most of the time neighbors don't really get along. So in this case, you still can go under it. But we can also integrate the latest technology to make it earthquake safe. The latest building technology can be integrated. So probably in case of an earthquake, you'd rather be in a Hyperloop than on the street. Capacity is always an issue, so we're actually looking at being able to add several tubes. For us, capacity, it's great. I mean, if we have that problem, that means we're making a lot of money, and we just want to add a couple of more lines. But how are we going to do this? This is actually the part that I'm personally most passionate about, because it's an amazing story. So I'm sure you all know these companies. They all have something in common. They're all failures. Sorry for all the BlackBerry users, I know. They still have a chance, but so then there's these companies. They all have something in common as well. All of these companies encountered difficulties in their lifespan and switched to something called crowdsourcing. Some of these companies have more than 50% of their innovation coming from the outside. In the case of Lego, for example, Lego was almost bankrupt. Switched the CEO integrated crowdsourcing, and today it's one of the most successful toy companies out there. So when we started out, I was part of a nonprofit incubator. It was funded by NASA, and we were looking at new ways of creating companies by building communities around ideas and technologies in order to make them into successful businesses. We wanted to build a better way on how you can create a business. Today, everything's online. You can find your boyfriend, girlfriend online. You can order your food. You can get your laundry. Everything's online. But when it comes to creating a business, most of the time, it's still you and a buddy with a beer in a bar. And somehow you start. But what if you would have 100 people, 1,000 people, that give you their honest feedback, give you their ideas, give you their connections, that help you? You can build a smarter company. So this is the concept. When Elon Musk proposed the Hyperloop, he actually said that he didn't have the time to do this and wanted someone else to pick it up. We reached out to SpaceX, asked for permission to put it on. The community was excited. But what got me excited was that not only did they say, hey, you guys should do this, they said, hey, I want to do this. There's so many people that wanted to do this project that we formed the company. We created a small team and basically said, everybody who would like to join and work in exchange for stock options in the company, please apply. We had more than 200 applications, got a team together of around 100 engineers, and started working on the feasibility study. Today, we're more than 450 people that are working in this company. Some of the largest companies in the world. I'll tell you a little bit later about it. So we're using something that we call crowdstorming. Normally, these kind of projects, when they're building a train, a metro, they're done behind closed doors. You don't really know anything about the project. Maybe you've heard how much it's going to cost, but that's all you really know. So we ask. We want to crowdstorm. So we ask things like, do we need a ticket? And not only do we need a paper ticket, but is a ticket really the best way to monetize? Because if we can find a way to make more money the more the passenger rides, then a ticket would actually be something negative, right? Then you would use this ticket to regulate demand. Or things like, what are we going to do with the pylons? I mean, in a project like this, it's billions of dollars of pylons. So normally, they're just like, okay, well, the pylon holds a tube up. It has to be there. For us, we're a company. We want to really think about, hey, what can we do? So, so we ask the question, if I give you 200 pylons, what are you going to do with it? And just asking this question is already enough. Because there's some crazy ideas, some very genius ones that come out. So from creating vertical gardens, having beehives inside the pylons, being able to actually use the pylons to generate water, which we're still working on it, but in my opinion is actually possible with the same infrastructure we're having. Some really amazing ideas come. So we're not alone building the Hyperloop. We finished our feasibility study end of 2014, and now there's other companies. There's actually a company very similar to us called Hyperloop Technologies, and they're not going to be the only ones. But is this model we're doing really working? And that's the interesting part I think we will see in the future here. So what are the differences? Right? So we have been out there for 2 years now. We're getting ready to build the first full-scale Hyperloop. Our team is working all over the world in exchange for stock options. We have some of the largest companies that are involved, and believe me, we are moving very, very fast in development and making our products always bigger and better. On the other side, we have a normal company, venture capital funded, 30, 40 people. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all moves forward. So why am I telling you this? Obviously, first of all, if you want to join, I want you to join the right company, right? But it's also important to see that these things are possible. So how many are entrepreneurs here? Awesome. So one of the first things that comes always in mind is, I need money. I have to raise funds. But you actually can do amazing things without money. Money is not the most important thing, and we are proof. Until today, we actually haven't raised any funds. So this is a map that we used in one of our crowdstorming activities. A lot of people thought that this shows the best routes. It actually doesn't. It shows some of the obvious routes, and then it shows some of the routes that we thought were interesting, and we wanted to get some feedback on. So just because we had Albuquerque, which is right next to Las Vegas and Phoenix, on there, we were 3 times on TV in Albuquerque. And people in Albuquerque were like, a Hyperloop in Albuquerque? Why? What would it do? And that's exactly what we wanted. We were there listening to all the discussions, getting all the feedback, and really validating our assumptions. But what this map also shows is what the Hyperloop really is. It's a metro system. It's a metro system that connects metropolitan areas. So we're using it for large metropolitan areas that are overflowing, but not only. It's also a system that works for inner city transport. So now you have something that brings you very fast from Los Angeles to San Francisco, 36 minutes, that's great. But if it still takes you an hour and a half to get to the station, you haven't really solved anything. So we're looking at the first and last mile as well. So it has to be as easy as pushing a button, right? A self-driving car, an Uber, a Lyft, a cab comes and picks you up, brings you to a local Hyperloop station, the metro station, which brings you to the main station. And now you're up in San Francisco within 50 minutes from wherever you are. That's our goal, because we want to build something that you use every single day, several times ideally, and not only something that you use once a month. So our community right now, we have more than 10,000 people in our community that are crowdstorming with us. They're actually almost 20,000. We have more than 450 top professionals, and these are not just a couple of guys in a chat room. These people are working with at least 10 hours a week on the project. They're earning the stock options. We have the professor of psychology of Stanford University. We have people that brought the Mars rover on Mars. We have even a guy that was part of the Manhattan Project and invented the insulin pump as part of our team. We have social media, PR guys. We have amazing companies that are part of what we're doing. We have AECOM, which is the largest construction engineering firm in the world. We have Earlycon, which is the inventor of vacuum pump technologies. And I don't know, they did a little project called the CERN Hadron Collider. So they have some experience with tubes and vacuum. And they're all part of our team. Everybody on our team is passionate about what they're doing. They're not doing this for money. They're doing this because they want to change the world. They want to make it a better place. Because traveling sucks. I think traveling is terrible. It used to be something you were looking forward to. Now, I mean, if you have to go somewhere, if you have to go, let's say, to Milan from Madrid, right, you don't really look forward to the traveling. You look forward to getting to Milan, but the travel experience, that's not what you want. Why is this important? So we are in 21 nations, and I think that our model is a model that works the best, because this idea is nothing new. It has been around since 1870. In 1904, there was a first patent for a vacuum tube. In 1969, the US government actually had two projects. Switzerland did something called the Swiss Metro, and all of these failed. But they didn't fail because they're not technically viable. They all failed because they're localized, they depend on governments. If we would want to do this in America, and only in America, it would take 30 years if we're lucky, if we have to really work with all the regulations. But we have the whole world. And there's places in this world that they need a solution right now. I just came back from China, Beijing. There's 50 million people. You want me to cut down? Okay. All right,
We're so excited about this opportunity. We want to open up the conversation because we have a star-studded panel, Dirk. So I am going to invite them to the stage. Can we please get the panelists up for the next session? Dirk, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Please stay with us on the stage because we're going to continue the discussion.
Got it.
Brilliant, thank you. Can I please have to the stage Barry Schuller? Welcome. Grab a seat, please. Dirk, anywhere you like. Jose Manuel from Endesa is going to moderate the panel. This panel is super exciting, and we're going to continue the conversation. Moderated by Endesa, who are going to be the guys powering the electric cars. Dirk is going to join us and continue the conversation about the opportunity with Hyperloop. We have Berta Barrera from Renfe, who has already been pioneering in the space with high-speed trains across Europe. Amadeus, of course, are connecting all the transportation at the back end. Near is making things easier for the consumer with Move It. And of course, Barry Schuller from DFJ is financing some crazy transport companies in this space. So Jose Manuel, over to you. Thanks.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much indeed for being here with us today. Thank you very much, particularly to Barry Schuller, to Dirk Ahlborn, to Near Erin, to Berta Barrero, and to Alex Luzarraga, and all of you for being here with us today. The panel is going to be really sharp. We are going to take only 25 minutes to go to the future of transportation. We are really excited to have this opportunity with these panelists to understand what is going to be the vision of the transport in the future. First of all, I have to say that we are delighted to have all of you here. Many of you have traveled long distances to be here today. That means and defines the fact that everyone uses transportation every day, how important that is for the life of everyone, and how important is going to be the future of transportation for the economy of the world and for the society. I have to thank the organization of the event and the South Summit for inviting us as Enel and Endesa to moderate this panel. You have to be patient with me. I'm a doctor engineer. I'm not a moderator of panel or speaker at all. I'm going to try to do my best. Anyhow, Endesa and Enel are trying as well to be involved and contribute to this future of transportation. A great deal of our projects in our portfolio of innovation are projects in sustainable mobility and electric transportation. We hope that the cities and the megacities of the future will see an economy based in electrification of the demand, in decarbonization of the power generation, and of course, as Dirk mentioned before, green energy and the integration of renewables in this society of the future. We are really honored to have these panelists here today. I think that they don't need much presentation for most of you, but I'm going to present Alex Luzárraga from Amadeus, Managing Director, and he's working in the future projects and products of the company, and he's aiming to shape the future of travel. He'll tell you how they are going to do that. Berta Barredo, on my left, Managing Director of Operations at Renfe, with a great experience for many years dealing with high-speed railways network here in Spain and also abroad. Probably a competitor of the project of Dirk. Nir Eretz, CEO at Moovit. I'm not sure if all of you know the application and the services of Moovit, but they are revolutionizing the way in which people is moving around more than 600 cities in the world right now. Dirk Ahlborn needs no presentation at all. He's a serial entrepreneur with many years with experience in all the parts of the business. And as he mentioned before, technology is only a part of the picture. It's only a part of the equation. We all know that for being successful in innovation, we have to build a really successful business model, and he's capable of doing that for sure in Hyperloop. He'll tell us, I hope, afterwards, how they are going to manage the financials and the whole business model for the project. And finally, Barry Schuller, probably accredited as one of the pioneers of internet in the world, with a great experience in venture capital, right now partner of DFJ, and with investments in some of the most successful companies that you know, like Twitter, SpaceX, that we have seen this morning, and as well Tesla Motors, and some other companies related particularly with my business, with energy generation and renewables. That's it. I think that we have coped with the presentations and go directly to the topic, to the subject, and to the core of the panel. I have to say that many people think that the technology in transportation is not evolving so fast as many other technologies like biotech or information technologies or nanotechnology. Some of you are convinced that this situation is going to change, that very soon we are going to see in the next future, in the years to come, a much more faster evolution in the technologies of transportation. And this is my first point for the panel. I would like to open the debate and to know from you, what is your vision? What do you see the future of transportation at all levels? I mean, personal mobility, mobility in the city, intercity mobility, intercontinental transportation, and even transportation in the space, as we have seen with SpaceX. Then I'm not sure if some of you want to break the ice.
I can start, telling you about what users really want and what users really do, and it tells you where the market is going. So 20 years ago, 10 years ago, transportation was clearly segmented, long distance versus metro transportation, and within the metro was clear public transportation operated by government or municipalities. And what we see today is that there's a meltdown, there's a merge between different means of transportation. So if you commute within the city area, you have options today that starts with public transportation with multiple options. Then you can combine it with taxi ride or carpooling or car sharing, or even rent a bicycle. So all of a sudden, and this is what we're doing at Move It, we're trying to bring to the local people a list of options that combines alternative means of transportation, and all of a sudden you can take a taxi to the train station, take a train ride, and then a carpooling or car sharing business can offer you the last mile. My clear vision, and I actually see it happens, is that means of transportation are merging together to become a more of a smooth ride that eventually all people will care about will be the destination.
Okay. Yeah, I want to agree. Can you hear me well? I want to agree on that. I think that having a seamless experience as a traveler is essential, and you need to combine all these new means of transportation. And I don't know if it sucks traveling, but definitely there's room for improvement, right? If you think of how much you have to wait in the airport for security, for check-in, then to board the plane, then maybe for checking in the hotel or waiting for the taxi, all that is clearly, there is room for improvement there. And if you combine that with the fact that travel is going to grow and grow, transport is going to grow, there will be more and more needs for moving people from one place to the next. We have an important challenge ahead, and I think that technology should fix or try to fix that. So incorporating new content like the Hyperloop or maybe the driverless car as well, which is, I believe, something very interesting and is going to probably also impact the travel very much. All that is a nice technological challenge.
Once you have mentioned the technology about the driverless cars or autonomous vehicles, in which I think Barry Schuller is as well very interested. Barry,
Sure.
you have the word.
Well, you know, it's funny. I flew here from San Francisco. I guess I started on Monday and came here yesterday. And I was on a 747, which actually was designed in the 60s. I was even little in the 1960s, so you know, that's really old technology. And when I got to the airport, I was in an Audi car of some kind, whose biggest innovation was when we were stopped at a red light, the engine turned off to try and save a little bit of pollution and energy. And if you look at transportation up until now, we've had very incremental change. Yes, the 747 was designed in the 60s, but the electronics are relatively new, thank you very much. But fundamentally, there have been no bold moves in innovation in transportation until very recently. And it started really with Elon Musk, who we invested in at Tesla. A Tesla Motor Company was a very, very hard project to do. Almost failed twice. But for the first time, there's an all-new car on the market. And I think that tells us that a bold innovator who wants to come into the market and innovate, no matter what it is, and take on hard things can succeed. So now what happens next? Well, you know, I think probably the most interesting and exciting technology that's coming along for transportation is self-driving cars. You know, cars were invented a long, long time ago. And one thing that has been proven in the 150 years or so they've been around is that humans are terrible drivers. A lot of people die on the road, we make bad decisions, and now we have the technology to change all that. And if you think about self-driving cars on highways, they start to look a lot like trains. Now, they won't go as fast as yours, because we'd love to have yours as well, but I would like to call, you know, Uber, who will have a self-driving car, to come and pick me up and go. So our view is, don't be afraid of innovating. There's huge opportunities because we're sort of at that point where people have seen what they would think was a really hard thing to do, and that is innovate. You know, the automotive industry is totally possible.
Dirk, how do you see the future? What is your foresight?
So I think we have a big problem right now. And we don't really realize it being in Madrid, but even in the United States, you don't realize it. If you go abroad, if you go to India or China, you really see the problems that are there. But even in Los Angeles, I mean, you choose where you work based on where you live, because you choose it based on your commute. You choose who you date based on where you live, because if she lives an hour and a half away, that's not going to work ever, right? If you have to pass a 405 freeway, that's so. There's 50 million people in cities like Beijing. These people, I mean, traffic creates huge damage to the economy. And so it's not really a question anymore about are there going to come innovations? There have to come innovations. So the problem, I think, in transportation is that it's very much connected with the public sector, right? It's infrastructure most of the time, so you need the government. And without the government in transportation, things are very much complicated. Uber is fighting very hard to be able to be anywhere. And obviously, you know, it's difficult because there's laws that were created before. So in the future, I think self-driving cars are the most interesting and most exciting part, because actually we might be able to not have all those parking lots anymore, but we're going to have cars that are moving around. We can have more parks. And I'm very much looking forward to that future. We have to become green. That's an important part. And obviously, you know, as Hyperloop, we don't only look at the technology. Technology is one part. That's actually easy, but the business model has to be there. It has to become a business model. Right now, public transportation doesn't make sense, and that's a problem. So you have to make it sense.
Okay, Dirk, you have mentioned the problems of public transportation. That gives me the word to pass through to Berta. Berta, first of all, sorry for leaving you the last to speak, the lady. But Dirk gave you the opportunity to speak about public transportation. You have a great deal of experience, and probably you have as well an idea about the future of transportation, and particularly the future of high-speed trains.
It's a pleasure because we have now in a bullfighter arena where the Spanish knows how to deal with this kind of moments about the question. First of all, I would like to highlight a thing. Modern transportation are not the end of the question. Must be the right and the better tool for the mobility of the people and give solution and experience. And because of that, technology and digital transformation we need. Because of that, it's not only a question of which is the better mode of transport, it's which is the mode of transport that fits well, gives the right solution for its need. And not everybody, and not every society, and not every local community has the same need. We need to manage the right solution of transport for the right community. Everything. From my experience, for example, Hyperloop, I see that could be the right solution for the future. I know how many years we need to ride this spread on over the world, because high-speed trains, for example, the now high-speed train we have in Europe, for example, in Spain, that we are the first country in Europe and second country in the world after China, that we have the longest period in high-speed train. High-speed train is the evolution of the railway, the traditional railway, and the traditional mobility of people in the world. We need more than 50 years to achieve all of these solutions, and we have this solution to give for our society for the next 50 years more. Probably after these 50 years, Hyperloop could be the right solution, but we need to give solution for the present and for the short term of the time. At the end, it's a question of cost of the investment. It's a question of cost, and I know that the most the expenditure as software, technology, because mechanical devices are very simple. All the devices regarding with technological and software are very costly, but are very useful for our goals. I would like, from my point of view, to highlight 4 key words for the future of transport: safer, quicker, easier, and cheaper. Because the society needs for the future is smart modes of transport, safer and quicker. I agree with Dick that at the present, many of the accidents we have on different modes of transport, cars, rails, are because of the human factor. And because of that, it's good to go on finding a solution for driverless or RMTS, in case of railways, RMTS solutions. But I need also modes that preserve the environment, modes that not only provide a treat, but also a travel experience, modes cheaper, not only for the client, but also for the operator, and more excellent in the customer services, friendly and reliable for our clients, and at the end, for our citizens.
Thanks very much, Berta. In this fighting between Hyperloop and high-speed trains, obviously cost is an issue, and safety, we are sure that we are going to comply with everything. But what I'm not sure is about another important topic that you said about what is the travel experience? What is the experience of the user? What is the job to be done for all of us? What do you want to have when we travel? And then I'm not sure if we want to enter into detail to compare high-speed trains with Hyperloop in terms of the user experience, or I can give the word to Near to speak about what is the feeling of having moved and the services of your company right now.
So I think user experience, with all the money that exists in the VC community or in many investors in the world, it's going to be very difficult to really upgrade the system dramatically. It's very, very expensive. But if you think about the situation, you'll find that the most important thing for users, the thing that frustrated them the most, is lack of information. Lack of information caused a huge waste of capacity. Let me just give you an example. About 2 months ago, or a little bit less, there were 2 full strikes of the London Tube. So think about it. 10 million people that used to go every day with the tube had to find an alternative. And we saw a spike of a 400% usage of Move It, and people figured out that they have alternative by just using the bus. What it actually means is that in London, and it's actually relevant for every large city, the capacity of buses and subways and trains is actually built to hold about 2 or 3 times more than what people really need, but people don't have all the information available for them. And this is what is really changing in the last 3 or 4 years. With the small device that's called smartphone that connects you to the internet, but in the same time positions you GPS-wise in a specific location, now you can provide people with a very accurate information about what's their best way to go from point A to point B. This technology was actually not available 10 or 15 years ago. And if you think about it, nothing really changed in London public transit system or in Madrid public system. Of course, they're developing every year, but very slowly. But the fact that information exists makes the user experience completely different. So 3 years ago when we started, people were just sending us hundreds of thousands of emails, thanks guys for the information. Today, 3 years later, they are complaining about 30 seconds delay in the real time of the buses. So that's what really changed. People are now used to get more accurate information. They want to know the exact estimated time of arrival using public transit, not their car. So they want to make sure that all these moving parts are going to work together in a very efficient way for them to get to their destination. And I think that's the main difference in user experience. People are way more spoiled, I would say, and they would like Uber car to get in 3 minutes, not 10, not 5, 3 minutes. And they would like public transit to be available for them and very, very accurate. So that's the big change in user experience.
Thanks, Near.
I fully agree. Maybe I'd like to comment a bit more, but I think one aspect of technology is the big projects, Hyperloop, driverless cars, etc. And this is great. No? This is the future. But as well, how you combine all these things and you share information about all the players that are part of the traveler experience is critical. So you can have the best things, but if the information around that is not properly managed, it's useless, I think, or the experience is still very, very bad. And if you think of a person that goes from the airport to the hotel, to the airplane, most of the applications of these players do not talk to each other, or are not connected real time. In Amadeus, for example, we are studying a situation where when you have the airplane that is delayed, and then on an automated fashion that should be connected to the airport systems, so the new gates are assigned to that plane, and that information is flowed back to the airplane, to each passenger, so you know which is the new connection gate in the plane in real time. Many of these type of things do not really exist today on a massive scale, and it's a pity because then you have to wait more, and then is when every time there is a new change, your travel experience is not optimal. No? So managing information is very important.
Dirk, what exciting things are you preparing for us as possible users of Hyperloop in terms of travel experience?
So I completely agree. It's, part of it is a digital part. As I said earlier, it has to be as simple as pushing a button and get as close as possible to teletransportation, right? You want to really be able to be guided through this whole process. So we're actually working on creating a platform, an infrastructure where other players then can help us, because we don't believe that we are the best ones, or we can come up with all the solutions. So we're trying to build a platform where you can, yes, plan your Hyperloop, but you plan your Uber within. You maybe someone else can build an app on top of that platform to give you a virtual ride of an historical ride, for example. So there's a lot of things, I think, that can be done in order to make that experience better. In itself, inside the Hyperloop, obviously, we had a lot of challenges. Because when the white paper came out, it wasn't really the best transportation method. But you want to build something that a 2-year-old wants to take as much as an 80-year-old wants to take. So we actually had one of our team members, she has her mom, and she's like, her mom is totally scared about the Hyperloop. So we printed out a picture of her mom. It's called Yaya's mom, and it's on the wall. And every time we were talking about the design, we was like, what would Yaya's mom say? And I think now 2 years in, I just saw her mom. She's all excited about riding it. So I think we have achieved the goal, but it's really something. Inside the capsule, we have problems because people might be afraid, right? They're always hearing about the speed, and some people talk about, it's like these things in the bank where you get sucked through the tube. Well, it's not like that. Okay, so it's actually, it doesn't feel much different from anything else you have experienced. We limit ourselves at 1G in acceleration, 1G in deceleration. So we did a lot of technology research for the levitation and propulsion so that it's a comfortable ride. And all these things, when you do a new technology or something that new like the Hyperloop, the important part is actually to get the people convinced to use it. Right, so usability and how it integrates into into the existing infrastructure is super important.
Thanks very much. I'm afraid we are running out of time. We are barely entered the subject, but I don't want to go without giving you young people, young entrepreneurs, people involved in innovation, to have a look of the future. Barry, from your venture capital activity, you have a good outlook of what is coming. I think that you are the best person to illuminate this audience about what they are going to see in the future, what they are going to enjoy in the future. Probably us, which are older not, but they are pretty young. What is coming in your view?
Well, I think you're hearing a little bit from the panel members about how profound being able to hook things together, link things together, the fact that if you think about Uber or Lyft, there's nothing new, they're taxis and limos, but because we have such great technology in our mobile phones, we can have them come to us, and they're really big logistics companies. So now think about building on top of that. For example, everybody flies, and everybody has baggage anxiety, right? If you're doing carry-on, you're worrying about getting on there and stuffing your bag up because, God forbid, they have to put it in the baggage claim. And then if you do check your bags, you have to wait forever to get them. But now, with a huge network of all these cars running around and connectivity, planes could actually get rid of the carry-on, have you check everything, but you would never have to worry about it because it'll be in your hotel room because it got there via Uber car. Now, I haven't seen a company doing that yet. If anyone's working on one, you can come see me. But certainly the technology exists to make that happen. And I think we'll see more and more leverage of the connectivity and the marketplace systems that are out there at scale to make travel more convenient while the more big, profound changes come. When there's Hyperloop, when there are autonomous cars, robot cars really, you won't need to own a car. You won't have parking lots. They will just be circulating around. A car will always be a minute away and you'll hop in it and hopefully it'll safely take you where you want to go. How far out is that? Well, technologically we can actually do it pretty well now. The hard part is getting the robot cars to get along with human drivers and people getting comfortable, and that's probably going to take 10 to 20 years.
Thank you very much. We haven't even had time to speak about drones and many other interesting and exciting technologies that can be applied to travel, but we have to leave. Unfortunately, we have to leave the panel here. Thank you very much to Barry. Thank you very much to Dirk. Thank you very much to Nir. Sorry for the name. Berta, thank you very much for coming. Alex, it's a pleasure to be here with you and with South Summit. On behalf of the organization and Enel and Endesa, I thank you very much. I wish you the best time in Madrid. Enjoy Madrid, enjoy the South Summit. Until next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you so much. What an exciting discussion, and really appreciate your punctuality as well. We're here to kill myths about the South. We are not tardiness on timekeeping. We are extremely hardworking and efficient. And next up, I have a super interesting speaker for you guys, so stick around. It's Sofia Benjumea, who's going to tell you a bit more about Campus Madrid, a new entrepreneurial hub right here in the city of Madrid for you guys. Next up, Sofia Benjumea.
Spain is the place to come. It's amazing weather, it's a great place to live. We have great engineers, we have very motivated people. You have all the ingredients that you need for creating your life and your business. Have you heard about sangria and the sun?
Madrid has incredible companies that are growing very fast that the world doesn't know yet about.
We've gone through a great evolution in the startup community in the last 5 years, and now it's the time to really help the startups from Spain go global.
Campus Madrid is Google's space for entrepreneurs to come together, to learn, connect, and build companies that will really change the world.
This is basically going to be the, let's say, the anchor for all those people that have been doing stuff around the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and it's going to be the anchor that brings them together to collaborate.
Madrid today doesn't yet have a neighborhood for tech startups, and I believe the Google campus is in a unique opportunity to create a neighborhood where tech startups will actually all come together.
The most important thing is that now you feel there's a community with you can share experiences, you don't feel alone.
It's just the one thing that we're missing, the one link that's going to bring everyone together to collaborate.
This is Spain's time. This is our time. Come join us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Not easy to jump on the scene after SpaceX, Hyperloop, DFJ, but I'll do my best. So I'm Sofia Benjumea. I'm the head of Campus Madrid, and I'm here to share with you a little bit the campus experience and how we apply the principles of innovation at Google at Campus for Entrepreneurs. But I couldn't, oh, how does this work? There you go. No. Tick. I couldn't start without saying how special it is, especially for me, to be today here. Because back in 2012, I founded my 2 startups. One has now become a 3-year-old kid, and the other, we're all sitting in it. It's South Summit. And I couldn't stop crying this morning to see this come true and to see how Liz and the team are just keeping to raise the bar and putting the South and putting Madrid in the map. So really proud of the whole team. But well, I'm here to talk about innovation, not about myself. So innovation, it's actually, we live in a world that is in constant change. And the only way to actually keep up with the pace of innovation is to stay above and to stay, before the curve of technology and always move out of your comfort zone, still constantly adapting and changing. And that's what Google has been doing for more than 15 years since it got founded, as you can see with the changes of the logo. Do any of you know actually why the last change in the logo of Google? It was actually to have the best experience for mobile. And many people were like, what did you do? I was like, don't be afraid of actually making changes if you think that it's going to be the best for the user. And actually, the first principle that we try to share with our entrepreneurs and is create a mission, get a mission, and make it matter if it's even more important. Like, this is something that's going to be the core of any step that you take throughout your whole life of your startup. Back in, more than 15 years ago, Sergey and Larry founded Google in a garage, and they had the mission to organize the world's information to make it more accessible and useful. And that mission hasn't changed since, and they keep following it, and it keep dictating everything that we do at Google. So as an advice for entrepreneurs and what we do to campus is be sure that whatever problem you choose to solve, make it matter. Make it matter for as many people as possible, but especially also make it matter for you. Because at the end, this is going to be in the long run what you use to inspire your users, to inspire your team, to inspire investors. And let's face it, entrepreneurship is not an easy thing. It's not an easy trip. So you better just launch and do something that you're passionate about, but also that matters. And actually, 4 years ago, because Google has never forgotten and has never lost its passion in entrepreneurship, in innovation, and hasn't forgotten how difficult it is to actually launch, to actually start a startup. And they're very aware that Google would maybe never be what Google is now if it wasn't for where they were born. And 4 years ago, a new mission was born within Google, with Google for Entrepreneurs. And our mission that drives me here today is actually to bring together startup communities and creating spaces around the world to learn and work. And that's also how Campus was born. And that was launched here in Madrid 3 months ago. And it's a physical space. And you would say, why does Google, with such technology, decide to just foster ecosystems through a physical space? Like, this is old stuff. Well, it works. The power of physical space is what actually brings people together, as we are here today at Las Ventas. It's actually a space where you can learn through the education programs that we build, connect with the community, be in touch and really in touch with the investors, with the tech guys, with the entrepreneurs, with the institutions and corporations, and of course, work hard on the projects that we hope will make a difference in the future and become global projects. This is briefly, I'll drive you through the space for those of you that haven't been there, is a 2,500 square meters, amazing industrial store. It's an open source building where we have a cafe, an auditorium, and some co-working space. The cafe is the heart of it. I'm going to go fast through this and any of you guys, you just can come in and work from here from Monday to Friday from 9 to 7. You just need to register on our website and become a member. We're already more than 8,000 members since we opened. Then we have our partners, Tech Hub. We've got also Seed Rocket, Texas, and at Tetuan Valley seeding our space in the 2nd and the 3rd floor. And by that, we follow on our mission, bringing startup communities together. We're not an accelerator, we're not a co-working, but we work with those that we believe are the best and also the ones that are aligned with our mission and trying really to foster entrepreneurship. And they're the ones that fill the space with startups, high-quality startups that are working there. And since they're there, they're like, things are happening here, and things are happening faster. And also is a home for community events. Every week, we host more than 15 events from the community that are just here to empower and help us create a much more diverse startup ecosystem. And of course, all the educational layer, I'll talk to you in a minute. But the second principle of Google for innovation that I wanted to share with you is focus on the user. The rest will follow. This is what you would find in 1998 when you enter Google, like in the first days. And it would have been easier to say, let's just change the PageRank, see what happens, and we'll make money from day one. But that wouldn't have been fair for the user. That wouldn't have been aligned with the mission of Google. But if you focus on the user from day one, if you really focus on solving their problems, their pain points, the business model will come, the rest will follow, the money will follow. And we're also trying to do that at campus. We're not making any money there, but we're trying to make our users happy, our user entrepreneurs. So there, we do it by the way we shape the space and the way we shape the programs. We're hosting talks at campus, inspirational talks, to actually help entrepreneurs see where they can head, like how far they can go. And we ask our community, who do you want to hear and how? We also organize mentoring sessions at campus. More than 50% of the Google office, their Googlers, are helping us give mentoring one-on-ones to the startups that are needing it on analytics, on metrics, on sales, on big data, UX experience. And also, for example, Campus Exchange. That was actually listening to your users. We did a campus tour around Spain before launching Campus 3 months ago, and we realized that we've got an amazing ecosystem, national ecosystem, but extremely fragmented. And for those that are starting in Vigo, and Extremadura, and Malaga, it's not that easy to actually get to the VCs or the corporates. So we realized, and we launched Campus Exchange, bringing 8 amazing startups from B2B to actually spend a whole week in campus and getting in touch with the VCs, the local VCs, and industries. And all these guys are now closing deals with these corporates and close to raising funds. Another thing that I can't stop saying is think big. Just think big and think differently. This is the only way to scope. As Astor Taylor, who is the captain of moonshots, as they call him, for Google S, says, if you want a car to run at 50 miles per gallon, okay, you just need to fine-tune a little bit the car. But if you're asked to actually run on 1 gallon at 500 miles, you have to start over again, and you have to think differently. And that's what we ask our entrepreneurs. Be more ambitious, and think big, and think differently. And that's the first thing you will see when you get into Campus Madrid. A huge mural of Ricardo Cabola, a Spanish painter, with a huge message for unstoppable. Let's all become unstoppable. But even if we want you to think big, we're realistic. You need to start small. You need to start what you can. But this is good. Innovation is not perfection. We don't ask you to come up with a perfect product. Actually, most of the Google products, they're always launched to the public in beta, because that's the way we work. We launch, then we measure our impact, we're in touch with the user's feedback, with data, not opinions, and then we iterate. And that's what we ask our startups. We ask them to launch whenever they are yet still uncomfortable to launch. When they're at that moment in which they're not sure that they can, that's the moment in which you need to get to the users and get their feedback. Because most startups don't fail because they don't have the perfect product. They fail because they haven't developed the market. They don't know the user and their feedback. Gamify is one of the startups that was working from the cafe from day one. And they were there with this amazing app that they were not ready to launch. We had a party 3 weeks ago, and I say, it has to be ready for the party. It was ready. Now they've entered the Tetuan Valley product, and we have big dreams for these guys. Open always will win. This is something that also drives Google from the internal communications. Everyone can know what Larry Page's OKRs are for the quarter. Or every Friday and Thursday, there's this TGIF thing. I'm still getting used to it, in which they just tell everybody, whoever's to want, what's going on in the company, what's really going on that week. And that's something very important to the culture of your startup. Let everyone know where you're heading, what's the goal. But also get an open source, like with Google Play, for example, or the open APIs for Google Maps. And at campus, it's just an open space. As I was saying, you just need to walk in. Become a member and walk in and be part of our community and make it your home. That's the whole thing. There's not one single Google logo at Campus Madrid. Many people say, why? Why did you do that? It makes total sense. This is a neutral space for you guys to feel comfortable and to feel that you can work on your product. And also, of course, is a space that we want our entrepreneurs to keep up building as if it was an open source building. 6, it's all about, this is kind of the trend now. It's okay to fail. It's like, okay, it's easy to say, but it's not that easy to actually really take the leap and jump. But you need to create in your startups, you need to create a safe environment. This is a statement for Larry and Sergey, in which they wrote to the whole company how they know that some of the past bets have gone extraordinarily well, but some have not. But without any of those, they wouldn't be where they are now. Because when you risk, you fail. But when you risk, you also succeed. All these products have more than 1 billion users today. And this, I don't really know if this one is one of the Google's innovation, but I put it because I think it's good for the Spanish startups. It's think global. I mean, we need to start small. We're here, but we've got a pretty good market, but it's not big enough. Be ambitious to think global from day one. And what we're trying to do at campus is actually facilitate this global access for you guys. So Campus Madrid is not just 4 walls for you to work from there, but it's also a window and a door to the global ecosystem. So we've got spaces in London, Tel Aviv, Seoul, and now Madrid. Warsaw is opening in a month, and Sao Paulo will be opening in 6 months. But with all our partners, we've got spaces in more than 120 countries. So take advantage of this. And for example, I actually want to tell this because the applications are still open. If you're a scale-up startup, if you're working on retail or fashion, on tourism, or in gaming, apply to GFE Exchange. It will be a 1-week opportunity to work on that markets where your industry is leading on your product with big help and big access to reference the startups, VCs, and the industry. And to finish, of course, have fun. Create an environment in which having fun is good. This is going to be, your team is going to be the people with the one who are going to spend the most time. So take care. And at campus, we take care of our community. It's okay to work. We need to work, work, work. But it's also sometimes it's good to get connected and just have a back-to-school party in September, for example. Because there's also when you get to know, you kind of close and break the barriers, and actually you get people to collaborate more easily and in a much more good ambience. So just finishing up, really is, I ask you to enjoy these days here, and if you stay here in Madrid or in Spain, come and visit us, Campus Madrid. It's your home, so it's open for you guys. We're already 8,500 members. We're 30% women, which is pretty huge for this industry, and that's it. So just come join us, and thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Woo. I don't know what this is. You're forcing me to get my own role.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you so much. She's so comfortable on this stage. I thought I'd just leave her there and look after it. Apologies for my tardiness. I was backstage meeting some of the next panelists, and they are some of the most interesting entrepreneurs you're going to meet at the South Summit this year. Please take the stage. Our next panelist for the Exit Opportunity Ecosystem. Ivan, let's go, guys. Let's go. Grab a seat. This panel is going to be moderated by Ivan Plaza of Banco Sabadell. We have Melly from Yosemite.
Sing it up, baby, now. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby, now. Come on and work it now. Come on and work it now, honey. You know you look so good. You know you got me going now. Like a new.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. We have a very interesting topic to discuss with very relevant figures in the venture capital industry. We have some funders of very interesting projects. We have a VC, a funder and a partner from one of the most relevant VCs in Spain, which is Seaya Ventures. I will let them to introduce themselves, but I will start saying that as Henry Kravis from KKR in the private equity industry said, don't congratulate me when I buy it, congratulate me when I sell it. So I think that the moment of the exit is the most relevant moment in the venture capital industry, and we will discuss about it with our panelists. We have Melio Demis from Yem Kespeti, sorry for the spelling, a Turkish food delivery company, which was a very successful exit last May. We have José del Barrio? From La Nevera Roja, founder of La Nevera Roja. We have Jaume Ferrer from Itenet Acamon. We have Beatriz González from Seaya, and we have Julio Hasal from Allen Bolt. First of all, please, all of you, introduce yourselves with more detail.
Okay, should I start myself?
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm Julio Casal, co-founder of Alien Ball. And I guess I'll explain a little bit about Alien Ball, which is, we haven't done an exit anyway, but I guess we are a very good example of a complete journey from Madrid to Silicon Valley. I live in Silicon Valley since 2010, that's 5 years from now. We got a great partner from the beginning here in Spain, Adara Venture Partners, which allowed us to jump into Silicon Valley. After that, we created an executive team there in Silicon Valley. We did 4 rounds there. We got more than $100 million in the funding. And we're now the leader of the mid-sized market for security management. We own what we own. We are definitely the leader there. We have thousands of customers in more than 100 countries. And we have an opportunity for IPO, and I guess that's why I'm here today to talk about exit opportunities. It's not a decision, it's not decided. It might be a sell, it might be an IPO, but anyway, Alien Ball has a great opportunity now for a big exit there in Silicon Valley. So that's what I think.
Jaume, for example.
My name is Jaume Ferrer. I'm a board member at Acamon, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm starting companies from internet and mobile since 1995. As you probably know, we are in an exit process now with Acamon, and I'm in other founding process with GNAP. Of course, I know a lot of things from VCs. The best and the worst.
My name is José del Barrio, a former CEO and founder of La Nevera Roja, the leading platform in Spain in food delivery business. At the moment, we sold it to Rocket Internet in January of this year. Right now, after selling La Nevera Roja, I launched in May. We launched Samaipata Ventures, a venture capital firm focused on marketplace and e-commerce business. I'm glad to be here with you this morning and to share my experience and opinions about the industry, this thrilling industry.
My name is Melih Ödemiş. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm one of the co-founders of yemeksepeti.com, which is an online food delivery company that we have started 15 years ago, pretty long time ago. We started in Istanbul, then we grew in whole Turkey. In 2010, we moved into Dubai, Russia, and also other Middle Eastern countries. And we had several rounds of investment. We took several rounds of investment. And this year in May, after 15 years, we sold the company to a big German group called Delivery Hero. It was one of the, not one of the actually, it was the biggest exit in terms of internet domain in Turkey and also a significant exit in this area. I'm also an entrepreneur, investor myself. I invest as an angel investor with a business angel investor group and also myself. So I had the experience to be on both sides of the table.
Thank you.
And I am Beatriz González, one of the founders of Seaya Ventures. We're a fund based in Spain, investing both in Spain and Latin America in early and late stage investments. We invest mostly in marketplaces, and we have a portfolio of 10 companies already and 1 exit, also in the same sector as these 2 gentlemen here. And we invest tickets of around 5 million euros, so we have quite a concentrated portfolio. For a 60 million euro fund, we have 10 companies, so it's quite concentrated.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start talking about partial exits or when an early stage investor can find their first times of liquidity. For example, I would ask Julio about his experience in Allen Bolt. You completed several rounds. You have more than 10 VCs, 10 American VCs. Did you have some experience about it, the first investors asking for some liquidity event, and how did you manage? How was the process?
You mean the secondary market?
Yeah, or maybe when there is a B or C series, if an early stage investor, a seed capital fund.
Oh, yeah. Well, in our case, we've seen all our venture capitals to continue. They've been along the journey until now. Nobody exited. What is true is when you get to a certain level and you start having these names. We have, for example, Kleiner Perkins in our board, and as an investor, you start to have what is called in the US secondary market, which is very big. It's very, very rich, and so you have these opportunities for founders or early investors to exit, and there's quite a lot of liquidity. I guess you can basically sell with a small discount at any time since you get a Series B, something like that.
And small discount, you said. Which level of discount we can?
So I guess the secondary market is typically when depends on the clauses that you have, like liquidation preference, etc. So depending on those clauses, it starts from a discount typically from 25%. So you will sell, I would say that was some years ago. And then it can go up to 10% discount, which I guess is a little bit where we are now. So 25 to 10%, that's a bit what I
Okay,
would say.
it's very interesting. I don't know if there is another opinion about secondaries on the table.
Fully agree with him.
Okay. Well, we have, in fact, a very interesting story about internationalization. I don't know if your opinion about Spanish market would be the same than for the US market, because, in fact, you have all this experience in secondary market in the US, I assume.
No, that's in the US, yeah. I don't think there's, and it's very big and it's growing very, very, very much in the last years. So the secondary market has become huge in the last years.
Okay. And well, I think as your internationalization story is very interesting. I don't know if you want to explain a little bit more how was the process of establishing in Silicon Valley, because it was a very interesting story to share.
Yeah, so for us, it was always, I would say even an obsession. I think it was from the beginning part of the genes of Alienbo. So in fact, we had sold some services companies here in Spain. We were in the services business, but we always wanted to do product. We always wanted to create a product. And we were in cybersecurity. Alienbo is a cybersecurity company. So now cybersecurity is a global market. Now the question is, how are you going to compete with a product in a global market such as cybersecurity, with all the incredible competitive disadvantages that you have, because you have a much smaller market and you have much smaller funding, and you're going to compete with those guys in Silicon Valley. They're going to get much bigger funding and contract. So for us was we only jumped. We only created our company with this product company when we found not only the product, envisioned a product, but we also found a defensible positioning and a defensible go-to-market. That was open source. So we found a way that was open source to become global, and then from that have a defensible positioning against this. So for us, it was always we should become global. I always thought, maybe that's my perspective, but either you become global in this kind of markets, I'm talking about cybersecurity, of course there's many examples and there's many, or you are just going to become, it's going to be so difficult, you're going to become irrelevant. You know? And a good example is in my market, in security, in the CM, we counted 100 vendors in Europe when we started, and I don't think most of them, they disappeared. I don't think there was more than 2-3 exits, if I think about those 100 CM providers. And the only one being in the US now and in a good position is from Europe, I'm thinking is, so my thinking is in cybersecurity, these global markets, you should try to become a leader, a global leader. No? If not, it's going to be very difficult to make an exit. Of course, that's my perspective. There's many examples of doing things and having success.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Maybe we can talk about which is the roadmap that the founders, entrepreneurs, together with the VCs, draw until the exit. For example, we have some recent cases of exits. For example, we have the case of La Nevera Roja. I don't know if this is something that you had in mind from the beginning. You thought that maybe you can sell the project to Rocket Internet, or this is something that you don't think in the very beginning, and once you receive a call, how is the process?
Mm-hmm. Well, we are, I think we were, and we are dreamers. So the initial plan was to IPO 2 years later. That was what we have planned. But well, last year and also this year, the market was so bullish in terms of our industry, as the same as GMX Sepeti. 2 IPOs in May 2014. So we had this great plan to build a super big company in Spain and other countries, but yeah, in the end, you have financial investors, and when you are in a high multiple industry, and they look for the money multiples or IRR numbers. So we needed to put feet on the ground in terms of how much the market value our business. So we initiate a selling process, but just to know how much value the market found in La Nevera Roja. And we found out that we had a really strategic asset in terms of also value, but also in terms of strategic value for some investors. We were the top-of-mind platform in Spain when we sold. So in a really, I agree with him in terms of being the market leader is, yeah, at least in the market you have defined. In our case was Spain, but in the case of a technology business, I guess that is a global business. Since you are this market leader, the valuation multiples you will see are much higher. So we found that in, let's say, 3 months. So there was no much an option when you are in that process, because the bids that took like less than 2 months, the whole process. We did like, I don't know, that was a crazy process, like 4 due diligence, 5 term sheets we negotiated. At the end, we had this money multiples for the investors or valuation multiples for the whole company, really attractive. So we had some investors looking for profitability, and it was okay for us. But yeah, we initially launched La Nevera Roja to make make it very big, make it profitable, and also to IPO it. But down the road, you find this, I think, you find this opportunity, you cannot say no, and even if you want, you have to agree with all your shareholders and reach an agreement, and depends on the opinion of all of them.
And Meli, what was your case? You also changed your roadmap during the process. How was your story?
Our story is not very. It's a long one. I mean, we started 15 years ago. When we started in Turkey, there was no broadband internet. I mean, the food delivery industry was small, etc. So, and we were very young. So we started the company when we were 24, as 4 founders. But then the market changed, of course. In 2004, broadband internet came into Turkey. And in 2007, we took our first investors, which happened to be actually the same investors that bought their company, Samwer Brothers. But they bought a minority share in our company with their first fund, which was the European Founders Fund. That was before Rocket Internet. So when they bought some minority shares in our company, we didn't have a clear exit path. Actually, we were a big company in Turkey. We could grow a lot more in Turkey and also in the region. That's why our major aim was to grow the company as much as we could. So then in 2012, when General Atlantic came in with a much bigger round of $44 million, then we knew that a possible exit was down the road. But nobody knew nobody had a clear vision of what would be the possible exit. We could make an IPO, we could have a strategic buyout, we could have financial buyout, because we had lots of interest from different companies coming along the way. And in 2014, actually, without us going to a exit round in an aggressive way, we started to receive some buyout offers. And actually, the exit offer that we have accepted was the 4th one, starting in 2014 up to 2015, mid-2015, until we have agreed to sell. And we sold to Delivery Hero because, as he said, the valuation was okay. It's been 15 years for us. It's a long way for entrepreneurs to be in the company, in one company. And as he said, the climate in our industry is very good. It is very opportunistic in terms of both investors and entrepreneurs. Because we had 2 IPOs, we have a huge merger and acquisition in the industry. That's why if you catch a wave like that, you have to use the opportunity. You have to utilize the opportunity. That's why for both investors, all investors, institutional and individual, and both entrepreneurs still in the company, it was a good opportunity for us to liquidate the company, to exit, and that's why we did. But I mean, we didn't have any clear roadmap on day one. If I would say that, that would be a lie. I mean, it's not correct. But along the way, you have some ideas, but I mean, every day there might come new challenges, new opportunities, etc. So you have to be very agile on that.
And did you have any VC in your company?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as I said, I mean, we took our first VC in 2007, which was European Founders Fund. And then we had individual investors in the company in 2010, 11, etc. In 2012, General Atlantic, which is a big private equity company, joined the company. So we had several investors in the company.
Who leads the exit process? Who leads the exit process? Do they?
We have led the exit process together as entrepreneurs, together with mostly General Atlantic, because they are very experienced in that, and they are a very big investment house. That's why they helped a lot in terms of structuring the deal, being on our side mostly, and also, but we were also in the round throughout the whole process, alongside with our also investment bankers, because we also had some investment bankers on our side, actually also partners of the company, they also helped a lot.
Okay, I think this is something that, for example, Jaume, you can also share with us about which is the role of the VC in an exit. It helps, it doesn't help. Which is your experience about it?
In Akamon, we have two different VCs inside the company. One is Bonsai, and the other one is Axon. Axon, Bonsai, it's more a family office, and Axon it's more a professional banker, as you said. Bonsai and Javier Cebrián, that's board member, protects the value in the company all the time. Okay, and Axon, especially Alfonso de Leon, makes an amazing work the last 2 weeks to maximize the exit and close the deal. They help. Alfonso helps a lot to close the deal.
Okay, I'm also interested in knowing the opinion about these issues. Eric's opinion, but maybe it's interesting to let him introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm really sorry because I just arrived from London and the flight was delayed. I just want to sorry you guys and also all of you. Well, in my case, I can talk about two different things. One is also about exits because, as some of you know, I founded 20. It was one of the social networks that was very famous here in Spain. And I think that one point you have to be sure when you negotiate an exit is that you need to have leverage. So you need to have other people pushing for it, right? So if you receive an offer from someone, you have to know that it's very important to try to get another offer from someone else. So in our case, for example, we started negotiating with DST. DST was trying to merge all the different social networks around the world and competing against Facebook. And they offered us something, but the deal was not great because they didn't want to pay us the full amount in cash. They also want to pay us in shares from a company that was not public, right? So then we started talking to Telefónica, and I think this made much more sense because the strategy of them was completely different as the DST guys, because their idea was not trying to compete against Facebook, because Facebook was very, very, very big around the world in different countries. And I think we were not on a stage where we could really think on competing against them. But the Telefónica idea was great because they were looking for a brand, trying to transform this company in an MVNO. So they could start a new company with low prices, not trying to get their prices lower for Movistar. So they wanted to do a second brand, let's say the low cost, to compete against the other MVNOs that were already in Spain. And I think that was a great idea. So in our case, they called us, they offered us a good deal. And because we were discussing if 20 could compete against Facebook around the world, I think we agreed in the terms and we decided to sell it. And I think it was a great deal for everyone, right?
Okay, and some years later, and with a very different project as Job and Talent, how you compare your experience, your past experience with your current experience in Job and Talent?
I think it's great when you start a company, and you have to understand all the problems to build it, right? And I think it's the same difficulty to build like a local company than a global company. The only thing is about growing teams and structure it, but the difficulty is the same, because finally you have to find your product, you have to find how to monetize it, and after that you can replicate all these projects in each country. So from my perspective, it's great when you sell a company, a local company, and after that you think in something bigger. In our case, for example, with Job and Talent is a new product in the industry of recruitment. We founded a product that was very, very scalable, and that no one is in the market right now focused in our kind of profile. So we thought 1 year ago that was a great opportunity. We could raise a lot of money to make it really, really big, and trying to start building the same product in all different countries. Right now we are in Spain, UK, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and also thinking in open new markets. And I think the most important thing is to have a great team. With a great team, if you believe in them, they could do amazing things, and it makes much more sense if you have a product that you can scale it than if not.
We talked at the beginning of our conversation about partial exits or secondaries. I'm also interested in your opinion about it because Job and Talent have completed several rounds. I don't know if you found this issue on your table in the past or not, but maybe you have I'm sure you have a very interesting opinion about it.
So I think cash out is very important, also for entrepreneurs, not only for investors, no? The thing is when. The question is when, because I don't think it's fair to take money from the entrepreneur perspective when you are, for example, in a seed round, because a seed round, it means that you need resources to make your company bigger. And the problem there is that if you get money, if you get cash out in a seed round, and after that you see that the company doesn't fly, you're not going to have a good reputation in your future because everyone is going to talk bad about you or about your cash out in this stage of the company. The thing is that I think when you're on a stage where you can say, I have a lot of leverage because a lot of VCs wants to get in and they're competing each one's against, to lead the round or whatever, I think this is a great moment to do it. Why not? I mean, if there are a lot of people interested in your company, you have a great product, I think you have also to use these weapons to take some cash out. Also, I think that if you want to get really much cash out in a company, you should try I'm talking from an entrepreneur's perspective. You should try to get a few offers from different buyers, and with this you could negotiate it. I think if you have some people that wants to buy your company and you are deciding against selling it or raise more money, this is the better stage where you can be to take cash out. And I think cash out is something healthy, because if I don't take cash out during my way, there is probably a stage where I will be against the investors, because the investors want to make as much money as they can, of course. And if they don't let you to get cash out, probably the entrepreneur will think, okay, I'm not doing cash out. The only way to make cash out is to sell the company. And maybe you will decide to sell the company very early. That's why I think that to take cash out is very healthy for entrepreneurs.
What's your, we talked here before, but maybe between 10-20% can be a discount for cash out, no? We were talking probably more about US industry. I don't know if you have a different opinion about it, and especially if you have a different level of discount for early stage investors and for entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I think that's normal. I think how we value the cash in is not the same as the cash out. No? I think in my cases, for example, what we did is we always put on the table a discount of 30% or something like that to get cash out. And it also depends how do you do cash out, because you can do cash out in a transaction or, well, normally it's always in a transaction, but you can do cash out through different ways. You can say, firstly, what kind of an amount? If it's a big amount, probably you need to sell shares as this, and of course you will give a discount for that. But maybe there is another option for entrepreneurs that is not very common, but there are also some times that are happening with this, and it's when you take money as bonus. The problem of that is that you pay a lot of taxes, but this is also a way to give like something to the entrepreneurs.
Okay. Well, it's also interesting to share with all of us the other point of view, the point of view of the VC point of view. For example, Beatriz, I think you have a very successful story in Delantal, in Mexico. I don't know what can you explain us about that, which was the role of Seaya, of the VC, in the exit process. What's your story behind?
So we're not a very typical VC in the sense that we have a very concentrated portfolio of very, very few companies. And in some of them, we even have a majority stake, like Sin Delantal. So obviously, we're very hands-on, and we're very much involved. And we think that anything that has to do with corporate finance, funding, M&A, exits, that's where we bring most value. So in the case of Sin Delantal, we agreed the plan with the founders, and we decided that Seaya would lead the transaction. The founders thought that this was a good idea, and they continued to focus on the business, which I think is good for them, because obviously sale processes take a lot of time and energy. Having said that, obviously you need the founders to trust you and to think that you can do a better job than them or an advisor for that matter. So in our case, they trusted us, and the exit was good for everyone, and we were pretty much aligned in everything. One of the founders is actually launching a new venture, and we're again investing with him for the third time, which I think is the most important thing for a VC, right? We have two clients, our investors and the entrepreneurs. And when investors and entrepreneurs support you for a second time, for a third time, that means that you're doing something right. So I think Sin Delantal was a good exit in terms of return for everyone, but especially for the founder to trust Seaya again. I think that's an important part in the story.
Okay, thank you. And do you think that in general the VCs or the Spanish VCs have a very hands-on dedication in the exit? So they have a very proactive role during the exit. So you had it, in fact, because you said that you had not the typical VC, but do you think that it's something?
Well, from what, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. From Acamon, sorry. From what you're saying, Axion is quite active, for example. So it really depends on the fund. I think if you have 30 or 40 companies in the portfolio, it's impossible. If you have 8 or 10 and you're the majority shareholder, well, obviously you're very vested and you want to lead the process. So it depends on your portfolio and the type of investor that you are. In our case, we're always going to be very involved because of the way we invest and the way we do things. But I can't imagine doing this with more than 8 or 9 companies in the portfolio.
Well, I don't know if this is something that you can also. Do you agree that the role of the VC is very active during the exit?
Mm-hmm.
The key is more on the entrepreneurs and the founders. What's your opinion about it?
Mm-hmm. Well, in our case, well, I think the perfect role of VC or investor is trying to help with the gaps that the founder or the entrepreneurs might have in a certain time. In our case, they support the transaction. The family, mainly we have a leading investor, which was Next Chance. It's something similar between a venture capital and a family office, right in the middle. Well, Nicolas, which is a very friend of mine, helped during the process, but with this perspective of this mindset of helping when he was needed during the process, and it was really helpful. I don't see the. I do not agree with this venture capital doing too much proactive, because as Felix said before, the team is key, and then the founding team have to have completely ownership of the decisions and completely ownership of the process. So the investors should follow, should help during the process most of the times. Sometimes investors might lead the process just because, it's needed in a certain time. In our case, was completely led from the founding team, specifically from me. And it was really easy because all the shareholders were fully aligned, and I would say that that is one of the most important things in the selling process is you have to have interest really aligned. As Felix said before, if you have an entrepreneur that has no money almost to end up the month and to pay bills, it's really difficult to make the company huge, because he's thinking of buying a car, for example. Let's say that stupid example. But so at the end of the day, the interest must be fully aligned. In our case, it was fully aligned. We didn't read the shareholders agreement after we wrote it, and that's key for was key for the transaction. I think it's key in general for a successful deal or successful exit. That's what I think.
And Jaume, for example, talking about the other project you are currently managing, GNAP, I assume that you are now searching for new investors, or if not now, in the following months or years. After your experience in Akamon and after the general opinion of the value of the VC during the exit, this was something that you looked when you were searching investors in Akamon, and will it be different for GNAP?
Assuming that money is money. If you expect more than money, probably yes, but maybe don't come with the money. Okay, what I try to find is a VC that has in the portfolio companies like us, AdTech or media, to improve our metrics and make a hub. The other thing is that the VC helps us to raise a new round or sell the company. It's very important. Based on my experience, it's very important, this thing. And at the end, I know in Spanish, not in English, La Carta a los Reyes Magos has a balanced rights in the shareholders agreement. Because at the end, the shareholders agreement drives a lot of things inside the company. The peace, the boards, and all the life inside the company. Then I think that what you sign it's very important. If you give rights that you can assume, the best way is fight for these rights before signing.
Okay, for example, Julio, I don't know your opinion about it, the role of the VCs, for example, in your several rounds of financing. Did you find some help on them? Do you think that it's very important? Some interesting topic that Jaime introduced, the role of the shareholders agreement. How important is the shareholders agreement you sign with your investors? How can you say about?
Well, I think venture capitals will help you along the way. They are experts. I mean, they're done it many times, and they're professionals. They have lots of contacts. They know everybody. They can help. They definitely help on the rounds, on the getting more, attracting more investors, and they give the trust. So ultimately, when you have a venture capital trust, another venture capital, because they follow the same process of due diligence, etc. So that definitely works. And I guess on the exit, it should be the same. Hopefully, both of them are aligned. I mean, founders and venture capitals, and I'm sure they'll help a lot. And then hopefully, I've never seen in my life any fight between investors and founders as much as having to go to the shareholder agreement and getting into legal speculations or so. I haven't seen that in my experience has been always so good with venture capitals I had. So yeah, so I think it's a great partnership, no? It's a great partnership, founders, and although they have a different roadmap, as you said, and I agree that founders cashing out is healthy, is because ultimately you are individuals and the funds are funds, and this huge money.
VC, you don't see so healthy, but
the what?
if you are a VC, you don't see so healthy the cash out of the funders, but
so yeah, so I think.
Just add, you know, when things go well, nobody looks at contracts, and here you have obviously positive stories, right? So you look at the contracts when things are not going well, and obviously you have a shareholders agreement, but you really can't force someone to sign on something. You can have a drag, and you know, what's the value of having a drag? You can't drag someone to the notary and make them sign. So you always have to be, you know, on the same page. It's the way it is in business in general. So contracts are worth what they're worth.
it's true, but as you said, Beatriz, we have here positive stories, the happy endings, but what if a company became a lifestyle business? How is the roadmap for an exit in this case? I don't know if any of you have an experience, or for example, Felix, if you have an opinion about it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult, no? Because when you have a company that, of course, I mean, you always want to be in a company that has an amazing lifestyle and that everyone is happy on it. And it's very difficult to decide what's the best option. But the thing is that if you have a great product that you can scale it, you should never sell. I really think that, and I really believe that, because if you think that you are going to be an APO, you're going to do an APO, or you're going to be a billion company, you have to try to do it. It's very difficult, but the most important thing is to let everyone to make cash out during this way. So I think you cannot be in a position that you're going to always tell everyone, I'm going to be a billion company, but no one is taking cash. But if during the way people are taking cash out, selling shares, partial, whatever, I think this is the best because everyone is believing in the company, everyone is happy because they did a great exit. And yeah, I think this could be a good lifestyle. But I would say a bad lifestyle will be this one that didn't allow you to take money during this way.
But for example, I don't know if from the point of view of the VC, of Beatriz, if an investment in a company it's not successful, the growing is not interesting, you cannot see the IPO in the long term, even sell to a competitor, and the company became a lifestyle in the sense of, well, it can have 4, 5, 10 million euros revenue, flat EBITDA, so it's not an interesting company to sell, but a company to live for the entrepreneurs, for the founders. What's the exit road for a VC, for example?
Thinking, you know, in that situation, obviously you're not going to make a good return, but you have to think about the company, the employees, your reputation, the founder's reputation, and, you know, there are other things besides money in our sector that we all have to take care of. So maybe you end up, you know, selling the company for €1, but the company survives and becomes part of a bigger company, and we all have to really focus on that exit just as much as an exit where we are going to make a lot of money, because at the end of the day, there are people behind businesses and brands and etc. So you just have to make the same effort and, you know, and try to make a decent exit for everyone. No?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are on time. I don't know if there is any relevant thing that you want to add, but if not, I will thank you very much for your comments. It's very grateful for us. Thank you.
Wanna shoot right down, take you in my arms, and I'm in love with you. Our love is true. Boom, boom. I need you right now. I need right now. I don't need tomorrow. I mean right now. Come on, come on. I wanna give it up, baby. Oh, let's shake it. Get up, baby. Come on, let's shake. Shake it up, baby. Oh, come on. Wanna give it up, baby. I like the way you walk. I like the way you talk. When you walk that walk, you talk that talk. You knock me out, right over my feet. Oh, shake.
Thank you guys, thank you so much. I promise I'm gonna let you rock and roll at lunchtime because I'm like military, I keep cutting these guys off. Thank you so much, folks, to the last panel. Without exit opportunities, what are we doing here? The objective is to create a positive liquidity and investment cycle so we can continue to invest in the brightest from the south. And finally, just before I let you guys go for lunch, we have a super exciting panel here, one that's very close to our own heart at South Summit, an incredible emerging success story from Madrid. So I'm thrilled to invite to the stage Carina, Sergio, and Michael to talk about the love story that is CartoDB and Axel.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to share this panel with Michiel Kotin, his partner from Axel, and Sergio, founder from CartoDB. We want this to be a conversation. We don't want just to be the conference. And so please, if you have any question or you want to intervene, it would be our pleasure. The other day, I heard former Minister Eduardo Serra saying that the strategic factor of production in the past was the land, so the world belonged to the landlords. Then we moved to a second era where the strategic factor of production was the capital, so the world belonged to the capitalists. And now we are entering a third era where the strategic factor of production is talent. So we are moving to the world or to the era of the talentist, the era of people. So this is what we want to discuss here. And we have a love story between two companies. And I would really like to hear a little bit about this love story, and then we enter and we go deeper in what did you see in Sergio, and why did you invest in CartoDB?
So let me begin by telling, we've been around for a long time. We've been investing in technology companies for 35 years, started in Silicon Valley, but now operate globally with offices in Europe and Asia as well. And up until now, we'd only done kind of one investment in Spain, up until a little over a year ago. And in the last year, we've done 4 investments in Spain. So clearly something is happening there. And when we do investments, we look for 2 kind of main determinant elements, given the fact that we really try to build global winners. And one is you want to be a front runner in an explosive category that's really changing the world, where something really big can happen. And in the case of CartoDB, it's kind of a nice intersection of two of these phenomena. So like on the one hand, never before have we had so much data about people's locations and their geographic activities. And on the other hand, there's been a real development in the web where from having a single website or a single kind of application. Now through APIs, my service moves everywhere in the world, and my own service becomes a combination of services of a lot of other people. So I think in that respect, CartoDB is a very, very exciting company. On the other hand, we're looking for these teams of people that bring the balance between dreaming really large and at the same time being practical enough to really bring that dream into action. And when we met these guys, it was like you said, love at first sight. And then it helps, like, I only like to work with people who have longer beards than me.
So what has been the other way around? Because you also have to get in love with the investors, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're also looking for talent in them.
Yeah. Well, for us was, I mean, we were looking for, we had a pretty good experience on the Series A with the previous lead investors, Early Bird. And we had a very good experience with the partner that we were working on. And we had in mind somebody like similar in a way that we could collaborate and work together. And it was not only about the money, it was also about the expertise and about somebody that could help us on the next stage of the companies. So for us, for this Series B, we had pretty clear the kind of investors that we wanted, and Axel was the best by far that we met. I mean, it was a pretty good feeling. I mean, at the end of the day, it's also a matter of feeling, right? It's gonna be people that is gonna work with you during a long time. And for us, it was very important to have that very good feeling, and also to know that this firm has taken companies from our states to the states that we want to go. So was easy, was normal. You know, it's like when you meet somebody that you like, it's like, oh, I like them, cool.
Yeah, but how? Because I think that the word talent is, well, okay, it's very, very ample. How can you really identify the talent? What are the techniques? Because now, for example, there are companies that are using algorithms or that are using machine learning, but at the end, how do you realize where there's talent and where there's no talent?
I think for me, the definition of talent kind of starts, there's this corny old saying that says, please give me the courage to change what I can, the patience to live with what I can't, and the wisdom of being able to tell the difference between the two. For me, in entrepreneurial talent, people who are great entrepreneurs have double the amount of courage that other people have practically no patience. And in the wisdom part, they believe that they can change more than they really can, and they definitely believe they can change more than normal people can. So for me, it's running into that person who has that kind of attitude to life.
Do you agree with that when you are trying to attract talent to companies that are starting or like yours?
Yeah, sure. I try to summarize, like, I kind of define talent like to be able to find solutions that can surprise others. It's like when you find somebody that is solving a problem in a totally different way, it's surprising to you. It's like, wow, I want this guy. And it's about how people use constraints in order to make better solutions as well. So startups, by definition, no matter how much money you raise, you will be in a constrained environment. You will have limited resources, limited time, and limited people as well. So you have to be able to work on that ecosystem of constraints. So I tend to say that talent is people that can surprise you at the end of the day. It's like, wow, and I love it. It's people that is better than me, and they can surprise me every single day. Working at CartoDB now is very fun.
So do you have any anecdote or any story, a funny story that you can share with the audience about any of your experiences in identifying talent?
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, one of the things that I'm most proud of is that our first employee is still with us after 8 years now. So we were a different company, so CartoDB was a spin-off and another one. I was one of my colleagues at the university, and he always say that he doesn't believe that I could do that kind of stuff, because at the university I was not paying any attention to the classes. It's like kind of fun. And but my favorite one is hiring your ex-boss. Something that I enjoy so much every single day. He will be on a stage tomorrow, so you can ask the opposite question. But it's like when you have a boss and you enjoy so much working for him or with him, you just want him to become your boss again. So just go, offer him something, and he join us. So that's my favorite one. Hiring your ex-boss is something that you should try.
Definitely. Did it happen to you? No.
No, it hasn't yet. But I think an anecdote from my side is that we often kind of come in to help companies really achieve hyper growth and go international. And I think one of the main things of talent is culture. And one of the things therefore we run into very often is if a company grows very fast, every year you more than double in number of people, which also means that more than half the people that are with you in the company haven't been there for a year, which also means that most people that are being hired are going to be trained by people who've just recently arrived themselves. And figuring out the way as founders to install the right kind of culture in a company that rejuvenates itself so quickly is a very interesting process and is a very daunting task. And I think having seen that a couple of times, hopefully you can provide guidance on the sideline with that.
And at the end, this is one of the key strategic values of a company, no? The culture itself. I think that the most amazing definition of culture is the one that is used at Netflix, that they say culture is the reason why you hire, reward, or fire people. And at the end, if you have that very clear, I think you have some of the road already gained, no?
Totally.
No, yes, exactly. So now I think that here we have people from different perspectives. We have people from the corporate side, people from startups, investors. So at the end, do you think there's different skills or different talent needed, whether you are working for a big corporation or for a startup, or do you see any difference, or at the end, it's about the courage, about the passion, and about doing things differently?
So I've never worked on a big corporation, so I don't really know. But I think it should be, right? I mean, at the end of the day, the culture on a startup is so important that I guess that in big corporations, maintaining that culture very on everyone's mind is harder. So in a startup, I always say that you need anybody to become a COO eventually, because I mean the same guy that is programming is hiring, and the same guy that is hiring is doing marketing and content marketing and so on. So it's like you need to be like very pragmatic in the way that you solve problems, and you need to be able to solve very different problems in a huge range of things. As you grow, you need people that is more specialized on some particular things. But at the end of the day, the culture is still that, right? It's like helping others and being in a very horizontal structure. And I don't think that everybody is ready for that kind of work. I think it's working on a startup is very hard. Let's be honest, it's very, very hard.
I fully agree. I have started companies and I've worked at large corporations, and now I work as a coach. There's a huge difference. And for me, the big difference is in a startup, you're building the plane while flying it, and you don't have the roadmap yet. So the problem is not only the difference between in size or building scalable processes or individual initiative. It really is in a startup at several points in the development. You get to a point where what you were doing before will no longer work, and you have to kind of reinvent what really makes you successful. And you have to be hyper alert what the implications are, and then kind of reformat the way you do your processes, your organization around it. And that kind of accelerating to the maximum while being aware that there might be a curve, I think is a very special skill. You don't see that much in large companies.
And I think this is a very important point because, again, the skills that you need when you are just starting your company or founding it are different when the company starts to grow. So how do you develop the talent and the people that started the company to really gain those skills that are needed? So do you think this is something that should be also influenced by the investors in the company? Do you think this is something that they have the intuition to do themselves, or?
Like anything in the company, it's primarily the team. So as an investor, you can give the right kind of nudge. You can help at a distance, but it is the founders that need to be passionate about hiring, that need to spend a lot of time kind of looking at the best talent, understand what kind of culture they want. I think often for us, because we often, we collaborate a lot with local investors, and we're then the first international investor after, you've been growing the company locally. I think often my first question to management is to say, okay, you have this function, you found this really amazing person. Is it the best person you know, or is it the best person in the world? And so what we try to help people lift the level or the standard that they're looking for, and saying, okay, I am going to be competing on a global stage, so I want to have the best person in the world to do this, and kind of create that awareness, but then it's them hiring them and making these people function. So.
Exactly, but then how do you attract the best on earth for that? No, because normally you don't have the resources behind like a big corp could have. What has been your experience? How did you attract people to work with you?
So I think the best thing that you can offer on a startup is the viability of making impact, of making a little dent on the world, and also to move a huge amount of time or impact in the company that you are working for. So working on a startup means that every single thing you do has a huge impact on the company. So for us, I think the most important thing has been our objectives, our mission. So and CartoDB is a very special company on that, because we are open source. We believe on the community that we have behind, and that community is a very good place to go and look for talent as well. So for us, has been that, and believe that why not? Why not the best in the world will join your company if you are trying to make something very big? So if you offer something that is big enough to these kind of people, that is the best in the world for something, I think they will join you. Why not?
It's the same as kind of organizing the coolest party in town, right? You say to everyone else who is exciting is coming, and if you do a startup, you need great people to build a great product, to get great customers, and you need money for that. But all these things really depend on each other. So a good founder is always selling and say, oh, we're so exciting because we're going to go there, and therefore you attract capital, you attract the right people to work for you, you attract customers, and then with all these ingredients, you make it happen.
It's something that, for example, we hired like 1 year ago, one guy that we were trying to hire for 5 years. And it was because we believed that he was the best for that. And we were competing with Yahoo on hiring this guy. I mean, he was working at Yahoo. So it's like, you can't compete with it doesn't mind, big corporations, other startups. I mean, you need to pursue that people that you really believe that they are the best for the position, and then go and offer the possibility of making something huge, which I think is where we started, right? I mean, it's like we all are here on the startups because we want to change things.
And do you find it easier right now that your company is already settled? You have received a super huge investment from one of the top investors. Do you think it's easier right now, or do you think?
To be honest, I think it's harder now. Because people approach you because you are. I mean, Axel is investing in your company. You have $20+ million in the bank, and they go because of the money sometimes. And we'd never hired somebody negotiating the offer on the money side. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. For us, it's harder now because we receive a lot of applications, so filtering is much harder.
How do you filter them? So practical things, questions that you ask in the interviews, or things that can be useful
I'm the
for?
CPO of the company, so in the product team and the technology team, the hiring process is very long. So we have like 5 interviews now. We have one screening in Skype, and then we choose random people on the team that is going to interview the guy on a technical matter. And then the last one is on the culture. So I have a conversation with any candidate that is on the last step, And it's a coffee or it's maybe walking or riding the bike, I don't mind. It's a conversation about why we should join the company and why we should keep going all the way through through our vision. And yeah, in that conversation, you always find something. It's like, sometimes it's people that is fully committed with you, sometimes it's people that is not fully committed, but they are very good at the technical side. So you have to decide.
Let me come back a little bit to what Michiel said about the different stages or the evolution of a startup and the different skills that are required. In your own experience, what do you think you should do differently right now than you used to do in the past?
Wow. Something that I believe that was correct was to become a junior on everything. So I tried to do everything on my company. So I started, we didn't know anything about finance, but we didn't hire something. We tried to learn. Then we became managers, then we became like design manager, CTO, CPO, whatever. And you can feel when you start hiring senior people, that is, they are already managers or they are chief operations officer, they are finance people. It's like, wow, this is so good. I mean, so it's like, don't think that you can do everything. I think like surrounding yourself by people that is experienced on it is the best thing you can do. It's something that I will mainly not change, but accelerate.
Accelerate if you are.
I think it comes back to the first definition you gave of talent, of saying, hey, I want people who can really surprise me. I think one way to recognize a really good hire is not someone who ticks all your boxes, but you come out of the conversation about your company with someone and you're like, wow, I hadn't thought about that.
Well, we are in Spain, so we need to talk a little bit about Spanish talent or differences that you have perceived in Spanish companies versus other European or international companies. Do you perceive any difference or not? Because traditionally, we are a country where we have somehow a risk aversion, so people are more traditional or conservative.
So I think we're at a very exciting point in history, where on the one hand, the financial crisis across the world has kind of forced people into kind of entrepreneurship, and on the other hand, the whole infrastructure from app stores to anything to API infrastructure has allowed companies from anywhere in the world to compete on the global platform. I'm Dutch originally. Like Spain, Holland has had a relatively low number of successful startups compared to countries like Sweden or the UK. But I think right now a lot is changing. And what you're seeing is countries like Spain or Holland or Sweden kind of have the same in common, where you have a big enough local market that you can build a product, test it, hone it, perfect it, and at the same time it's small enough that you're forced to go global pretty early on. If you compare that to English companies or French or German, they tend to kind of stay longer in their home markets. And I think the second very attractive thing here is you can be very attractive for global talent. And who wouldn't want to live here, right? And it's the same you see happening in Amsterdam, in Stockholm, in Berlin, right? The cost of living isn't crazy. The culture is very international. There's a lot of things to like. So I think what really will determine the success of the Spanish ecosystem in the next 5 years is how many great talents from all over the world are willing to come here and stay here and, you know, join CartoDB, and then after the IPO say, hey, I want to work for a smaller startup again, and stick around.
So do you think that international talent will be willing to come to Spain and
Because
really
I think that's kind of right now, I mean, that's how the US became successful early on, and I think that's what's going on, and that lifts the local talent as well, right? Because if you're sitting side by side by a super smart person from Lithuania who brings new skills, you learn and you grow stronger. So I think in tech people have recognized that through immigration, local people get stronger instead of weaker.
I think it's a very interesting point. Are you trying that in CartoDB or not yet? Or
we're trying everything, you know. We are a startup. But, no, I would say that the actual situation of Spain is pretty good. And we can feel it because our headquarters is in New York, actually. So we have to hire people in the United States and also in Spain. And to be honest, the amount of talent that we have here is amazing. So the only thing is that they are looking for interesting projects, so they have to go to the United States. Because here is not so many technology companies, not a lot of people thinking on very big things. So as soon as you offer to stay here, have a good salary, work on something that matters, they stay. Of course, they stay. I mean, who will not stay? So I think the only thing that is lacking on the actual ecosystem is that level of senior management. When you start growing and you need a VP of sales, hiring that guy in Spain is very, very, very hard, because in the United States it's a cultural thing. They know that by becoming the VP of sales on a very successful startup will make them very, very, very successful as well. But in Spain it's not that normal. So we need that second phase on the talent acquisition. That is like people that has already that they have been like successful in other industries, or in this industry, on other companies, to come back here to Spain and then start working for the Spanish companies again. So I think it's what we are missing right now. But it's a matter of time, I think. 5 years, I say 3. But yeah,
it's because you're the entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Exactly, this is the optimism. We have 3 minutes left. Is there any question? Do you want to share any thought, any view, something? We have bored you. Do you want to go to lunch?
Before lunchtime, they are.
It's always the tough.
There is one.
Congratulations, CartoDB, for the job you guys are doing. It's really inspiring. My name is Ignacio. I'm the founder of a company called Emotion, and we're building a technology that converts plain content into video automatically. So it's really exciting. Now, regarding talent, that I think it's probably the most important thing in any company. The thing is, actually, I think that the question was put on the table. Picking up talent, really qualified talent, in the beginning of the trip, or when you have traction and you have you start to become a magnet. It's really not the same thing. I mean, and again, the difficulties are different. I mean, first, it's not easy to pick it. I mean, to bring and to share that vision that it is not so mature, and then it's perhaps not so easy to identify who is really getting the vision or getting another thing, right? So I'm very interested in getting a little bit more in detail regarding this topic, because it's very relevant for me.
You mean because we cannot hear very good here?
Very well,
you mean
yes.
in the early stage of the company, how to hire the correct people, right?
The difference, attracting the right talent.
Attracting the right talent, yes.
In the beginning
Of the company.
When it's all the vision, or right now when you have traction and what is
Exactly, difference between
Yeah.
the initial and now.
So there is a funny story. It's an anecdote that I miss. It's like at the beginning, we were working only for not Spanish companies. We didn't have any client in Spain as the other company until the 5th year of the company. So nobody would recognize us in Spain. So we were in a community of technology where nobody recognized us, but we were working for NASA, we were working for the UN, we were working for the Oxford University. We were doing very, very crazy stuff. So what we did was to participate on some hackathons here, just in purpose, and do some very, very, not disruptive, was like very weird things, like very critical things with the government, for the transparency policy, or with data, and so on. So we were able to attract some people because they started to realize that we were from Spain, from Madrid. But for attracting people at the beginning, we all think that we should pitch to investors. The most important pitch that you have to do is to your future employees. So you have to convince them that they are going to invest on your company. They are going to invest their time. I mean, every single engineer that we have on the company could be making like double of the money we are paying him on a big corporations, for sure. They are with us because they are investing in the same way that our investors are investing for us. So pitching them, we had to convince them that this could be huge, that this could be very important, so they want to work with us. Now, it's almost the same. I mean, the thing is that you are trying to reach other people, like very senior people. They are doing a lot of money on other companies, but you need to convince them that this is the way to change the world. This is the way that we are going to make something big. So it's pitching. It's the same way you pitch to investors, you should be pitching to employees, to future employees.
I think this is a very good recommendation to end. Would you like Michiel to give a final recommendation to?
I think I fully agree with what you're saying. I think additionally, you hire the best people you can at any stage of the company. And I would take a risk on people who perhaps don't have the long resumes, but have the right kind of energy. And then I think the second thing you want to do is for them to be flexible. So you hire, for example, a head of product, and you say, it's amazing, we're early stage, hopefully you can scale, and there's all this opportunity here to grow. But maybe at some point in the development of the company, we'll hire a head of product who is more senior than you and who has more experience, and who you can learn a lot from, right? So it's not at every stage saying, okay, we're now filling all the top positions, and then we're only going to hire below it. But you're going to say, hey, listen, we're going to develop as an organization, and for someone who starts early, it's still super exciting to be part of the journey, even if you not end up being the boss.
Great, I think right on time
very,
for
very
lunch.
useful.
Do you want to add something?
No, that was just...
So right on time for lunch, 2 o'clock. Thank you so much for being here.
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I get this on, please? Awesome. Just really quick logistics. Thanks a million to the last panelist. Super exciting story there. It is lunchtime. You can get lunch outside of La Carpa on the food trucks. There will be big queues, so you can also get lunch on the first floor on all the terraces of Las Ventas. Arriba en las terrazas hay varias en todos lados que se puede comprar la comida. Gracias. We're back here at 3:30 sharp with the first group of our Startup Competition finalists. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Gracias, gracias. Here she come now, say money, money. Shake me down, turn around, come on, money. Hey, she give me love and I feel alright now. Got some turn of the middle of the night, I say feel alright, I say yeah, yeah. You make me feel so good, money, 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 money. You make me feel alright, money, 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 money. I say yeah, 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 yeah. Wake me, shake me, money, money. Should calm down now, come on, money. Don't stop cooking, feel so good, yeah. Hey, don't stop now, hey, come on, money, come on, money. Say yeah, 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 yeah. You make me feel so good. Money, money, money. Money, money, you make me feel alright. I say yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I love you money, more, more, money. Oh, I love you money, more, more, more. Yeah, I love you money, more, more, money. Oh, I love you money, more, more, more. I say yeah, yeah, yeah. You make me feel so good, yeah. Money, 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 money. You make me feel alright now. Money, money, money. I say yeah, 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 yeah. Money, money. Gracias.